Chapter 132. In this hidden corner, Yang Chen thoroughly cultivated and nourished his body once. Because of the long-term output of spiritual power to control the profound spirit furnace to absorb the core fire, Yang Chen has not been so thoroughly nourished and cultivated for a long time. This time, it took him a full 10 days to get rid of the fatigue that he had accumulated over the past 6 months. After this warm nourishment, the meridians and spiritual power of the whole body were all restored to the level of their heyday. As Yang Chen expected, the fire attribute spiritual power was unique and began to become the leader of the 5 elements of spiritual power. Compared with other spiritual power cultivation bases, it was more than a level higher. This was also in line with Yang Chen's intention. As the aptitude of the heavenly spirit root fire attribute, it was normal for the fire attribute spiritual power to be prominent. The cultivation base of the fire attribute, even under the control of Yang Chen, could cover the spiritual power of other attributes. At least when Yang Chen went out of the immortal falling abyss, it would not arouse too many doubts. What Yang Chen had to do now was to find an absolutely safe place and then start to slowly extract the core fire in the profound spirit furnace and refine it. This was different from what Yang Chen had done before. After all, the profound spirit furnace itself had the ability to accommodate the fire seed, and it was also a medium for Yang Chen. To really control the core fire, Yang Chen's own strength was needed. Quietly, Yang Chen appeared on the surface of the magma river and there was no one around. It has been half a year. If those people were still waiting here, Yang Chen would definitely admire their patience and accuracy of judgment. The absolutely safe place in the immortal falling abyss seemed to be the only place where Yang Chen cheated. Not only would there be no attack from the underground spirit beasts, but there was also an underground spiritual vein for Yang Chen to cultivate. It was simply a rare small immortal's cave. There were quite a few good places outside, but a cultivator could only stay in the immortal fallen abyss for 10 years. The time spent outside was also counted. Leaving so early was not worth it, so it was better for Yang Chen to finish his business here. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Chen's heart suddenly stirred. He slightly released his spiritual sense, and a few strands of spiritual sense, as thin as silk, slowly spread out in all directions. This was also a small use of spiritual awareness in the 3 purities secret art. Generally speaking, it would not be discovered. His spiritual consciousness spread out for dozens of miles, and soon, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After such a long time, there were still people lingering around the lava lake. It was truly surprising. Yang Chen had underestimated the greed of a group of ambitious people who had obtained the method to become a 3rd-grade alchemist in the qi refining stage. Even if they had to wait here for a few more years, as long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, maybe these people would still continue to wait. It could be said that the previous Yang Chen, strictly speaking, was actually extremely disgraceful and was forced to flee by these people. Originally, Yang Chen also planned to absorb the earth core fire first, and then go out to find those people to settle accounts. But now, these people have been staying here, which made Yang Chen instantly angry. He had seen bullies, but he had never seen such a bully. Yang Chen's last life was controlled almost like house arrest. What he was most disgusted with was this kind of guy who stared at people. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and his courage grew. If he continued to ignore these guys, then such a situation would definitely occur again in the future. Even those who did not have the intention to join the ranks of these people might be influenced by these people to join the ranks of these people. These people, if he didn't teach them a lesson and didn't let them know the power of Yang Chen, they would never give up. However, although he was angry, Yang Chen did not lose his mind. He was now only absorbing the earth core fire in the profound spirit furnace, and the worst of these opponents was also a master in the middle stage of the foundation stage. After successfully building the foundation and communicating with heaven and earth, the change in strength, Yang Chen knew better than anyone that it was not possible to say that a realm of the qi refining stage could compete. Unless the other party was like Jin Dao, he first did something bad to Yang Chen, and under the guilty conscience, he was taken advantage of by Yang Chen and planted a heart devil. Otherwise, he was not an opponent at all. He couldn't teach a lesson face to face. Yang Chen could only sneak attack from behind. For Yang Chen in this life, There was no question of whether this approach was right or not. In his previous life, Yang Chen had seen countless examples of winning by various means. Relying on the underground spirit beast would not pose any threat to himself. Yang Chen quietly relied on the fire escape and approached the guy who was the farthest away from the crowd. The spiritual awareness that was strong enough to be comparable to the middle stage of the Jedan stage tightly wrapped Yang Chen's hidden figure in the underground, and did not disturb the guy who was hunting the underground spirit beast here and guarding Yang Chen. There was basically no difficulty for Yang Chen to sneak attack a guy who didn't find himself and was fighting with the underground spirit beast. The most difficult point was to leave before others arrived after alerting them. Yang Chen did not intend to kill this guy quietly. It would not work as a deterrent. Others would not even know that he did it. They would only think that he was hunting the underground spirit beast carelessly. Yang Chen wanted to teach these guys a lesson, so naturally he would not easily make a move. The guy who was controlling the flying sword did not expect the crisis around him at all. He was still meticulously hunting the spirit beast. After a few attacks by him, a spirit beast that was in line with his natural restraint fled far away in the direction of the magma lake. It seemed that with another attack of the flying sword, he could get at least 2 pieces of spiritual essence. Without thinking, the Watcher controlled the flying sword to attack the spirit beast. Just at this moment, someone suddenly burst out from behind him. A blade light flashed in his hand and swiftly slashed towards his neck. At the same time, a shocking shout suddenly sounded in his ear. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Since you've come to kill me, don't blame me. Die. The shout that was mixed with the God-shaking art stunned the Watcher. However, in this moment, he suffered a fatal attack. Yang Chen's sword case had already crossed the Watcher's neck. His head was raised a few feet high by the hot blood and then fell far away. The people in the other directions, including the expert in the center, all heard Yang Chen's shout at this moment. In shock, they all flew in this direction. Before they could go over, their divine senses had already spread out in a frenzy. Unfortunately, no matter how fast their divine senses were, they could only rely on their divine senses to discover that Yang Chen had already picked up the flying sword that had fallen in the distance. Wash your neck and wait. We will meet again. Yang Chen only left a sentence that made people ponder over it, and the figure suddenly disappeared from the exploration of their spiritual awareness. By the time everyone rushed over, there was nothing left except for the corpse of the Watcher. The Qianquan bag and the flying sword had already disappeared without a trace. Only Yang Chen's threatening words lingered in their ears. Chapter 133. This time, Yang Chen was determined not to let people find any traces of him. All the spiritual awareness that could be planted on his body were all placed in the merit ring. He used his spiritual awareness to wrap his whole body, without revealing the slightest aura. Not to mention that it was just a foundation stage higher than him, even if it was a master of the Jedan stage, when the spiritual awareness did not exceed Yang Chen, it would not be an easy thing to find him. His concealment immediately turned the enemies behind him into blind and deaf people. In any case, whether it was the naked eye or the spiritual sense scanning, there was nothing but a large number of underground spirit beasts. They wanted to find Yang Chen's shadow, but not even the slightest sign could be seen. This was a very depressing matter, and at the same time, it was also very frightening. They originally thought that after guarding Yang Chen for half a year, even if Yang Chen grew 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be impossible for him to play any tricks under the situation where they intentionally or unintentionally formed a pincer attack. But no one thought that in just half a year, it seemed that Yang Chen already had a great room for growth. At the very least, one of their mid-foundation establishment cultivators had already died in the hands of Yang Chen. If Yang Chen continued to appear and disappear like a ghost in the future, then everyone would understand how much trouble they had caused. But in the current situation, apart from jointly searching for Yang Chen and then killing him, it seemed unlikely that there would be a way to improve the relationship between the two sides. Yang Chen would not foolishly wait for these people to slowly search for him. He had already fled far away. What Yang Chen needed to do now was to find an absolutely safe place, then refine and absorb the core fire to improve his strength. As for revenge, he would think about it later. In the immortal falling abyss, There was only one place that could make Yang Chen feel absolutely safe. In the small cave that he used to fuse with the will of the immortal beheading platform, even Separation Village could not make Yang Chen feel this way. Yang Chen knew better than anyone the cruelty of the competition between cultivators. He didn't want to put his life in the hands of others and be restrained by a rule that wasn't very strict. This time, it took Yang Chen less than 10 days to reach the cave that had been sealed last time. Yang Chen did not open the concealed boulder that sealed the entrance of the cave. Instead, he directly entered the small cave using the escape technique. He carefully released a trace of blood-red killing intent to cover the entire cave. This way, no spirit beasts would come in and disturb him. Just in case, Yang Chen even released the bottle caps of the herb garden. Even if Wu Xiong suddenly broke in, this array formation would be able to trap him for a long time. In any case, there was an underground spirit vein that could be replenished at any time, so Yang Chen did not have to worry about his spiritual power being exhausted. After doing all this, Yang Chen sat on the black jade futon and took out the profound spirit furnace again and observed it carefully. The profound spirit furnace that had absorbed the earth core fire did not even need Yang Chen to inspect it. Just by looking at the changes in appearance, he knew that the quality of the profound spirit furnace had improved by at least 2 levels. On the body of the furnace, there was a large flame-like pattern. The more Yang Chen looked at it, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but use the universe treasure-raising secret art to warm the profound spirit furnace. With a slight move of his mind, a dark red fire suddenly rose in the profound spirit furnace. Yang Chen threw the peel of the Millennium Profound Yang fruit that he had eaten these days into it. In just a moment, the peel turned into a thick liquid. Under the control of Yang Chen's consciousness, it kept changing its shape, but there was no sign of burning. The earth core fire was worthy of being the most suitable flame for refining medicine in the mortal world. Any medicine, as long as it was not madly stimulated by the alchemist, it would only be liquefied and not burnt. Of course, this was only one of the reasons why the earth core fire was most suitable for alchemy. The real reason was that the earth core fire could purify or refine the impurities in the medicine according to the needs of the fire controller. It could almost be said that as long as there was an earth core fire, then the original alchemist would be promoted by a grade. This purification and refining alone was enough to match the first-grade alchemy. And now, Yang Chen could already rely on his own means to achieve the second-grade alchemy. In this way, Yang Chen could almost say that he now had the level of a third-grade alchemist master. Of course, the level was the level, the strength was still a hard threshold. Many high-level medicinal pills, Yang Chen was trapped by the current realm and could not be refined. But even so, the third-grade low-level medicinal pills were enough to make many people covet. The skin of the 1,000-year-old profound Yang fruit plus some auxiliary medicinal materials was the formula of the Qi nourishing pill. The Qi nourishing pill was very low level, so the main ingredient was the medicinal materials with sufficient spiritual power. There was no fixed rule. In addition, in his previous life, it was also the first time for Yang Chen to use the earth core fire for alchemy. Carefully controlling the flame, he first purified all the medicinal materials, and then according to the pill formula of the Qi nourishing pill, Yang Chen then began the third-grade refining. Anyway, it was the Qi nourishing pill. Yang Chen deliberately used the technique of the Old Lord pill refining method, whether it was the purification, refining or pulling of the pill, all were the last methods left by the Old Lord. After all this was completed, the medicinal materials that could be used to refine 100 Qi nourishing pills, only 10 Qi nourishing pills were produced. However, these 10 were all third-grade medicinal pills. When the medicinal pills reached the third grade, almost there would be a qualitative change, which was also the reason why the third-grade alchemy master was sought after. However, the 10 third-grade Qi nourishing pills in Yang Chen's hands were all refined according to the technique of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and the quality was better. Even Yang Chen himself was reluctant to spoil it. At the critical moment, these were all good things that could save lives. Just this point was enough to make Yang Chen regard the profound spirit furnace as a treasure. What's more, if Yang Chen wanted to absorb and refine the earth core fire, he must rely on the help of the profound spirit furnace. In the previous alchemy, In addition to familiarizing himself with the techniques of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Pill refining method and experimenting with the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen was familiar with the fire of the earth core fire. If he wanted to absorb the earth core fire, the first step was of course to be familiar with the fire of the earth core fire. Since the earth core fire was known as the most suitable flame for alchemy in the mortal world, the best way to be familiar with the fire was alchemy. Just one alchemy was not enough for Yang Chen to be familiar with the earth core fire. He needed information in all aspects, including the understanding of the situation where the flame was out of control, so Yang Chen needed more alchemy to understand the characteristics of the earth core fire more comprehensively. Yang Chen was very patient. For almost a whole month, Yang Chen was using the profound spirit furnace earth core fire to refine the qi nourishing pills and familiarize himself with the fire. When Yang Chen had more than 300 qi nourishing pills in his hands, Yang Chen finally stopped alchemy and began to absorb the earth core fire. Chapter 134. When the first trace of the core fire was absorbed into Yang Chen's body, the crazy burning sensation almost made Yang Chen unable to control his state of mind. In his previous life, when Yang Chen collected the sun's true fire, he was at the nascent soul stage, but now Yang Chen was only at the qi refining stage, so his resistance to fire was far from being comparable. Fortunately, Yang Chen had tens of thousands of years of experience playing with fire, as well as a strong self-control. Enduring the burning pain, Yang Chen began to slowly penetrate his fire attribute spiritual power into the core fire. Soon, Yang Chen found that his whole body's spiritual power seemed to be ignited by the core fire, and his whole body began to burn. This was purely a feeling. As long as Yang Chen was willing, he could use his water attribute spiritual power to extinguish this flame at any time. However, Yang Chen did not do this. If he did not experience this once, Yang Chen would never be able to truly refine and absorb any kind of fire. Enduring the pain that almost ignited him, Yang Chen's nerves were as tough as an old mountain bamboo, and he did not have the slightest intention of giving up. His powerful divine sense was constantly monitoring the state of his body, guiding the spiritual power to come into contact with the core fire little by little. Absorbing a fire in the qi refining stage was a risky thing to do, but Yang Chen did not care about anything else. First, there were still a few fellows eyeing him covetously in the falling immortal abyss. Second, in Yang Chen's mind, he was looking forward to being able to help his master support most of the sky when he was back under his master's name. Without enough strength, he simply could not do this. After absorbing the core fire, Yang Chen could be sure that his fire attribute cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. A fire cultivator with a fire and a fire cultivator without a fire were not on the same level. Even when going all out, it was normal to kill people 2 levels higher than oneself. Yang Chen urgently needed to improve his strength, but he couldn't destroy the foundation he had laid before. He could only resist the idea of swallowing some heavenly treasures to soar to the sky in a single bound, while consolidating his foundation and steadily improving his strength. In his previous life, Yang Chen, who had ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world, knew better than anyone else what happened to those fellows who relied on elixirs to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. It was already a great fortune to be able to become a servant for someone from the spirit realm. Most of them would unknowingly run into the territory of a powerful demon beast and disappear without a trace. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. With the passage of time, Yang Chen's body began to slowly get used to the burning of the flames under the nourishment of the fire attribute spiritual power. At this point, Yang Chen began to move on to the next step. He extracted that trace of core fire into a finer form and integrated it into his 4th fire spirit thread of 36 Big Dipper and 72 Earthly Fiend spirit thread and circulated it in his meridians. The 4th fire spirit thread seemed to be boiling, and the fire quickly penetrated into the 108 spirit threads. It seemed that this dispersion reduced the power of the core fire by a lot. Soon, Yang Chen could no longer feel the existence of the core fire. Absorbing the fire seed, figuratively speaking, was using the fire seed to ignite the spiritual power. Only with enough flames could it be ignited. Just like ordinary fire, with enough flames, firewood could be ignited. Sometimes, a small spark would not be able to ignite. Just absorbing a trace of core fire was far from enough to reach this point, so he could only continue to absorb. Even because of the strange state of Yang Chen's spiritual power, he would need more core fire. The next process began to repeat simply, a trace and a trace. The core fire in Yang Chen's spirit thread was getting more and more. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, boom, the entire meridians began to burn. This time, it was a complete combination of spiritual power and fire seed, and it was a complete combination of 108 spirit threads and fire seed. Each spirit thread was filled with the flame of the core fire. The places that had not been affected before seemed to be ignited, and all of them burned. The fourth fire spirit thread was like eating a big tonic. It rushed wildly, and under the stimulation of the flame, it quickly began to circulate along the meridians of the secret art. Yang Chen had completely lost the burning pain of the fire. Instead, it was the comfortable feeling of heat generated spontaneously from the body after every circulation. The core fire belonged to the fourth fire attribute. However, after the integration of the fire seed, not only the spiritual power of the fourth fire attribute skyrocketed, but even the third fire spirit thread was like yin and yang. Under the stimulation of the fourth fire spirit thread, it began to absorb the aura of the earth veins madly, and it rose all the way. The skyrocketing spiritual power began to rampage in the body, but under the control of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, it was soon firmly restrained in the meridians and became stronger and stronger. When the accumulation of spiritual power, Yang Chen felt that it was enough, Yang Chen began to guide this fire attribute spiritual power to begin to impact several key positions in the meridians. Boom, almost like a hot knife through butter, the fire attribute spiritual power broke through a certain level, and Yang Chen finally entered the level of the fire attribute qi refining 9th layer. Suddenly there was an extra channel. The spiritual power suddenly seemed a little insufficient, but the core fire began to burn again, and the aura of the underground spiritual veins rushed into Yang Chen's body, and once again began a continuous replenishment process. When the spiritual power was accumulated enough, Yang Chen once again guided it to the next level. Under a spurt of energy, this level in the meridians was still broken through without any suspense, the 10th layer of the qi refining, the peak of the qi refining. For a while, Yang Chen had a vague feeling of feeling the aura of heaven and earth. At this realm, what Yang Chen had to do was to accumulate enough spiritual power and begin to break through his own state of mind, enter the point of communicating with heaven and earth, and then successfully build the foundation. For Yang Chen, the breakthrough of the state of mind was not a problem at all. With the experience of Great Principle Golden Immortal, how could he be trapped in a small realm of foundation? However, Yang Chen did not want to break through immediately. In the realm of the peak of the qi refining, first, only the fire attribute spiritual power improved. Other attributes also need to be appropriately improved, not too far apart. Second, Yang Chen needs to thoroughly consolidate this realm, not one-sidedly pursue the improvement of the realm. Haste makes waste. The appropriate stability, for the future development, absolutely has immeasurable benefits. At this point, Yang Chen slightly calculated the days, but suddenly found that, unknowingly, another half a year had passed here. Feeling the surging spiritual power in the body, Yang Chen also had an urge to make a move. Those guys who blocked him in the magma lake, it was time to settle the old accounts with them. Chapter 135. Yang Chen's figure appeared in the market of Separation Village once again. He was still sitting in that secluded corner, and in front of him was an extremely simple and crude piece of white cloth. The only difference was that there were no pill bottles on the white cloth this time. There were only 2 large words on it, pill refinement. Yang Chen had not gone to the lava lake to find those people. Another half a year had already passed, so those people would be fools if they still insisted on guarding the place despite knowing that he had escaped. Moreover, those people would probably receive news of Yang Chen's return to Separation Village very soon. As long as Yang Chen was in the village, he would not have to worry about not being able to find them. Not everyone could be like Yang Chen, who could be so well prepared and stay in the immortal falling abyss for a few years. Separation Village was the only way to enter and exit the immortal fallen abyss, so Yang Chen did not believe that he would not be able to find them there. The people in the market naturally noticed Yang Chen's appearance. Compared to the last time he had appeared, Yang Chen's cultivation had increased from mid-stage qi refinement to peak qi refinement. However, In the eyes of many foundation establishment experts, this was not something to make a fuss about. What they were interested in was Yang Chen's pill refinement level. Many people were disappointed that there were no pills, but the word pill refinement made their hearts flutter. Yang Chen's actions were easy to understand. He had used up all the medicinal ingredients he had brought in from outside, so he naturally could not provide any pills. However, he still wanted to improve his pill refinement level, so refining pills for others would not only allow him to obtain spiritual marrow, but he could also use other people's medicinal ingredients to improve his skills. "You can refine any kind of pill?" A voice rang out in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed while waiting for customers, opened his eyes. A pair of feet appeared in front of him. A pair of black brocade boots looked very luxurious. Yang Chen did not raise his head to look at the person's face. Instead, he closed his eyes again and answered quickly, "All the pills that a qi refinement cultivator can refine." Many people were paying attention to the situation here. When they heard Yang Chen's answer, everyone felt slightly relieved. This was normal. It would be strange if Yang Chen could refine all the pills as soon as he opened his mouth. However, Yang Chen immediately opened his mouth and said another sentence, which immediately attracted everyone's attention: "Second stage." It was just 2 short words, but it suddenly raised everyone's expectations. A second revolution medicinal pill, even if it was concocted by a qi refining realm cultivator, could also be used by foundation establishment realm cultivators like them. The qi nourishing pill was the most direct example. Will the foundation elixir work? The person in front of Yang Chen didn't give up and asked again. Yang Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "Sure." Also a second transition? The person in front of him couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He was no longer standing like before, but squatting down. He was about the same height as Yang Chen and asked expectantly. This time, Yang Chen clearly saw the appearance of the other party, but he didn't know him. He looked young and was wearing a brocade robe. At first glance, he could tell that he was a rich man. Also a second transition. This time, Yang Chen didn't spend too much time thinking and nodded directly. Foundation elixir was a medicinal pill used to restore spiritual power in the foundation establishment realm. Generally speaking, it could be refined in the early foundation establishment realm. After Yang Chen finished speaking, the entire marketplace was silent. They had never heard of a second transition foundation elixir. For most alchemists, it was already a very good performance to be able to refine a medicinal pill according to the pill recipe. Even if they reached the gold core or nascent soul stage, they would only be able to do so. How could a high-level alchemist waste his opportunity on the foundation elixir? If he wanted to refine, he would refine a higher level of elixir. The second-grade qi nourishing pill could be comparable to the medicinal properties of foundation elixir. Then what would the performance of the second-grade foundation elixir be like? In everyone's mind, this question was tumbling, and no one spoke much. Gulp, the brocade-robed man opposite to Yang Chen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and asked cautiously, "Foundation establishment pill, can it be refined?" "I can't guarantee it." This time, Yang Chen didn't say too much and just gave such an answer. Also a second transition? This time, the brocade-robed man's question had a trace of nervousness. As for the other people in the marketplace, they had already stopped what they were doing. Countless spiritual senses were all concentrated in this small corner, for fear of missing a word. A first transition should still be certain. Yang Chen didn't answer directly, but gave such a statement. However, this had already explained a lot. There was no problem with a first transition, so it was naturally a second transition that couldn't be guaranteed. "What's the price?" the brocade-robed man asked almost without hesitation. A first transition foundation establishment pill could increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 10%. 10 pills wasn't 100%, it was just a little higher than 10%. However, a second transition foundation establishment pill could increase the success rate by 50% or even 70%, and if things went well, it could directly succeed in foundation establishment. All the cultivators were clear about the difference. Prepare your own medicinal ingredients. Yang Chen replied calmly, 5,000 spiritual essence or 500 kilograms of middle-grade spirit stones. After saying this, Yang Chen suddenly remembered that it seemed that the first person he killed was the old mountain god. There were still some spirit stones in his temple. He had not been able to take them. If he had time, it would be better to take them back. Since it was a transaction with the old mountain god, there was no reason not to pay. Yang Chen's words caused a sound of cold air being sucked in by the entire market. There was nothing to say about the medicinal ingredients, but 5,000 spiritual essence or 500 kilograms of middle-grade spirit stones was a big deal. Among the people present, those who had this kind of wealth were at least experts who had trained in the fallen immortal abyss for at least 5 years. Not to mention anything else, just the medicinal ingredients alone would cost a lot of spirit stones. A mature profound young fruit would cost several hundred kilograms of low-grade spirit stones, and to refine a grade 2 foundation building dan, of course, one would not be enough. If the success rate was taken into account, then at least 50 profound young fruits would be needed. This did not include the other supplementary medicinal ingredients, which were also a number that could make people collapse. If you added the price that Yang Chen wanted alone, this second-grade foundation establishment pill was enough to compare to hundreds of first-grade foundation establishment pills. The more foundation establishment pills one had, the better it was. Generally speaking, as long as one used more than 10 pills, even if they succeeded in foundation establishment, their foundation would be much worse than normal foundation establishment cultivators. However, a second-grade foundation establishment pill only required 2 at most to guarantee foundation establishment, so there was no such problem. Everyone in the marketplace was silent, and the brocade-robed man was the same. After hesitating for a while, the brocade-robed man gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He asked Yang Chen, "How many medicinal ingredients do you want, and how long do you need?" Chapter 136. If there was business coming to the door, Yang Chen naturally would not refuse it. He could use other people's medicinal materials to increase his alchemy skills, and he could also earn spirit stones and spiritual essence, why not? Now as long as Yang Chen was in Fallen Village, any movement in the small village could not be hidden from him. There was a small skill in the 3 Purities secret art, which could adjust the spiritual awareness into a wisp and spread it in all directions to explore the movement everywhere. This method was just a simplified version of the spiritual awareness splitting, but it could explore the surrounding situation without other people knowing. Yang Chen named it the spiritual awareness thread. Compared to the whole spiritual awareness exploration, it not only saved spiritual awareness, but it was also hidden and would not arouse the disgust of others. It was just suitable for Yang Chen to monitor Fallen Village at this time. Spiritual awareness splitting. Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness was more than a realm higher than his own cultivation base, so he could already carry it out. However, Yang Chen did not want to cultivate his second primordial spirit for the time being. His current cultivation base was too low, and 2 primordial spirits would only drag down his cultivation progress. When Yang Chen successfully released the spiritual awareness thread, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since he, a cultivator of the Qi refining stage, could do this step, then how could the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord not be able to do it? Presumably, the entire heavenly court, at least within thousands of miles of the Tushitor Palace, should be under the supervision of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's spiritual awareness. How did the rebellion of the heavenly court succeed? Could it be that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord intentionally or unintentionally pushed it? Thinking of this, Yang Chen's whole body suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If this was the case, didn't it mean that there was an inside story about the heavenly court? This thought just flashed away, and Yang Chen immediately stopped thinking about it. No matter how many secrets there were in the heavenly court, it was not something that he, a small cultivator of the Qi refining stage, should care about. If he thought too much, not to mention that it would increase his troubles, it might also affect his Tao heart. What he had to do now was to play the role of a genius alchemist. Yes, Yang Chen's lifetime of experience had long since made him know that regardless of whether it was the mortal world, the spirit world or the immortal world, pill refiners, especially high-grade pill refiners, were the most sought after. Unless it was some kind of life and death enemy, as long as there was a grudge that could be resolved, no one would pester a high-level alchemist. When Yang Chen reached the zenith heaven golden immortal stage in his previous life, because of his fire cultivation, he barely managed to become a 6th grade alchemist. However, he had already ascended twice and had only reached rank 6. He could not be any more trash. Not to mention an expert like old Lord Taishang who could casually take out a 9 revolutions golden pill. Even an ordinary alchemist who ascended would be much stronger than him. In this life, Yang Chen had the opportunity. Not only did he already have the best profound spirit furnace, but he also had the old Lord pill method. These 2 things alone were enough to make Yang Chen have the potential to become a top-grade alchemist. What's more, in addition to these, Yang Chen also had the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden in his hands. There were countless millennium elixirs and the experience of his previous life. He knew where to get a better and more suitable fire seed. Even the alchemy process of some high-level alchemist, he had personally participated in it. These added up were enough for him to become a high-level alchemist in this life. With this identity, the sect would pay more attention to himself, and correspondingly, it would give his potential enemies an illusion. Alchemists were usually poor in combat, just like Xu Chendao of Chunyang Palace. As long as he had this identity, others would naturally look down on him, and it would be convenient for Yang Chen to confuse the enemy. The place of alchemy was naturally the hut assigned to Yang Chen. The man in the brocade robe naturally began to guard Yang Chen around the room, so that others would not easily disturb Yang Chen. The man in the brocade robe was rich at first glance. He gave Yang Chen 50 or 60 sets of medicinal materials, which was enough for Yang Chen to refine 50 or 60 first-grade foundation establishment pills. It was estimated that there was a close younger generation in the family or sect who wanted to build the foundation, so there was such a big deal. Refining the foundation establishment pill was not very difficult for Yang Chen. There was no lack of skills and pill furnaces. As long as he could ensure the continuous supply of spiritual power, it was not a problem at all. The profound spirit furnace easily refined dozens of ordinary profound yang fruits into medicinal liquid, and then with the addition of various medicinal materials, it slowly began to take shape. This was a continuous process. It took at least half a month for an ordinary alchemist to refine the foundation establishment pill, but for Yang Chen, it did not take that long. With the profound spirit furnace and the earth core fire, everything could be simplified a lot. Many people were paying attention to this place, but not many people dared to explore with their spiritual awareness. Not to mention that once their spiritual awareness exploration disturbed Yang Chen may have a bad feeling about them. Just considering that if they accidentally destroyed the medicinal pill, the man in the brocade robe at the door would not be polite to them, it was enough to make them cautious. 5 days later, there was a burning smell in Yang Chen's room. The man in the brocade robe outside the door was nervous. He knew that this was the failure of Yang Chen's refining, but he still had to bite the bullet and wait. He almost thought of all the ways. Yang Chen was the first person he met who could see hope. These days, the man in the brocade robe was almost like a year. The man in the brocade robe waited for 20 days patiently, and the other people in the village also intentionally or unintentionally increased the time they stayed in the village. Even if they went out to hunt spirit beasts, they would deliberately go to Yang Chen's room to take a look when they came back, to see what was going on. From one day onwards, Yang Chen's hut began to emit a fragrant smell. This smell was very light, but it could lift people's spirits as if it was some kind of elixir. Moreover, the fragrance began to get stronger and stronger, almost wafting through the entire separated village. From this day onwards, no one left separated village. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally wandered around Yang Chen's hut, waiting. The man in the brocade robe, who had been waiting bitterly outside, also seemed to see hope. Every day, he was anxious like a monkey jumping up and down. However, without Yang Chen's permission, he did not dare to enter easily, nor did he dare to explore with his spiritual awareness. Finally, one day, the fragrance reached its peak. Then, after Yang Chen shouted from inside the hut, all the medicinal fragrance seemed to be absorbed by something and disappeared without a trace in an instant. With a squeaking sound, Yang Chen's hut was opened from the inside. Yang Chen, who had a tired look on his face, came out from the inside. He looked at the man in the brocade robe who was full of expectations. He smiled slightly and reached out and said, "Is there a jade bottle for medicine? I don't have it here." "Yes, I do." The man in the brocade robe nodded hurriedly before he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his cosmos sack. He did not care what was inside and poured the contents into his hand before he handed the jade bottle to Yang Chen. Under Yang Chen's control, 2 pills that were as white as jade slowly flew into the jade bottle. After they were carefully stuffed, Yang Chen handed the jade bottle back to the man in the brocade robe. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Chapter 137. Boom! The moment the jade bottle was in the hands of the embroidered robed man, the entire fallen village seemed to explode. It could be said that with these 2 foundation establishment pills, there was almost a 90% chance that one had already stepped into the foundation establishment realm. The remaining 10% was just luck. Unless one had extremely bad luck, there was basically hope for the foundation establishment realm. Except for Yang Chen, almost everyone present was a foundation establishment realm expert, and there were even some gold core realm grandmasters. Who didn't have a few juniors that they wanted to help? The problem was that foundation establishment pills were not difficult to find. As long as one paid a little price, they could almost be found. However, the Second Revolution Foundation establishment pill was only a thing of legend. Now that everyone saw the 2 foundation establishment pills in the hands of the embroidered robed man, almost everyone's eyes were burning. Being stared at by everyone, the embroidered robed man was shocked and almost instantly hid the jade bottle in his chenkuan bag. Then, he respectfully took out a large pile of spiritual marrow and gave it to Yang Chen. "This is the reward I promised, Master. It's just a small token of my appreciation." Although Yang Chen seemed to have failed once, in the end, he still gave him 2 Second Revolution Foundation establishment pills. The embroidered robed man was already so satisfied that he didn't know what to say. He hurriedly offered the reward. He was the first person to ask Yang Chen to refine pills. With this good karma, he might be able to further his relationship with Yang Chen in the future. This kind of opportunity could not be more rare. How would he dare to covet the reward he secretly gave to Yang Chen? In the embroidered robed man's words, Yang Chen immediately became a master. He called him unusually smoothly without any awkwardness. An alchemist who could refine Second Revolution Foundation establishment pills at the Qi refinement realm was not a master. Who else would dare to call himself a master? "I am Yong Ning from the Heavenly Sword Villa. If Master needs anything in the future, just say the word. I will go through water and tread on fire." After giving the reward, the embroidered robed man didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly reported his identity. This way, even Yang Chen wouldn't remember who he was. Wasn't it a big mistake? "Yang Master, I also want to ask for 2 Second Revolution Foundation establishment pills." As soon as Yong Ning revealed her identity, someone immediately rushed over, shouting as he rushed over. He probably knew of Yang Chen's identity. He had just called out Yang Chen's surname, but he felt that it was inappropriate and changed the way he addressed him at the last moment. His feet were flying, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yang Chen. Yong Ning's expression changed. This was clearly a robbery. Just as she was about to flare up, she suddenly heard the voices of a large group of people surrounding them. "Master, I would like to ask for a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment pill." "Grandmaster, can the yin-yang nature pill be refined?" The crowd almost squeezed Yong Ning out of the circle. Faced with such a situation, Yong Ning had no other choice. She could only rejoice that she was the first to obtain a pill refined by Yang Chen and seize the opportunity. Fortunately, she had just reported her name. After leaving the immortal fallen abyss, she must get closer to Yang Chen. There were many people who wanted to ask for pills, but there were only a few who had prepared all the medicinal ingredients. Many of them wanted to make an appointment with Yang Chen first, and then wait for the right time to gather all the medicinal ingredients before coming back. Regarding this, Yang Chen did not reject any of them. He only wanted them to come to him when the time came. However, the remuneration was not reduced. Everyone seemed to be very happy. They had a pill refiner with a bright future ahead of them. As long as Yang Chen promised to refine pills for them once in the future, it would be a great opportunity. Although Yang Chen's current cultivation level was the lowest in Separated Village, No one dared to make any noise when they passed by Yang Chen's small house, for fear that they would disturb Yang Chen's quiet cultivation. However, everyone's faces were beaming with joy, and even the spirit they exuded was different. If Yang Chen could refine a Grade 2 Foundation Establishment pill now, didn't that mean that he could consider refining the Yin-Yang Nature pill after he reached the Foundation Establishment stage? That was the first choice of medicinal pills when condensing a pill. It was a good thing that people in the Foundation Establishment stage dreamed of, especially the Grade 2 Yin-Yang Nature pill, which meant that their chances of condensing a pill had increased by at least 5 points. Who didn't want to increase their chances of condensing a pill? Who didn't want to improve their cultivation level? Naturally, for an alchemist like Yang Chen, they would flatter him in every possible way. Yang Chen had never left Separated Village since then. If someone wanted to refine pills, Yang Chen would help to refine pills and improve his alchemy skills. At the same time, he would also add some medicinal qi to the profound spirit furnace. One must know that the reason why the profound spirit furnace in his previous life was so powerful was because it had refined too many pills of various grades. No matter what kind of elixir, once it was refined in the profound spirit furnace, it could be contaminated with enough spiritual qi and medicinal qi. Yang Chen naturally would not forget this point. Yang Chen did not relax his surveillance of Separated Village for a moment. He wanted to block the few people who dared to hit him. The last time he was kind for too long. In this life, Yang Chen did not want to be a good person again. Separated Village was the only exit of the immortal fallen abyss. Yang Chen did not believe that he could not block them. Peng Hui was very unhappy recently. The people outside asked him to kill a junior in the qi refining stage in the immortal fallen abyss, and even gave him the tracking compass in the Chenkuan bag. However, when he was chasing with a few of his companions, he let the target escape calmly and even killed one of their companions. Although the companion was a disciple of a big sect that he had always been unhappy with, and as a rogue cultivator, Peng Hui could not wait for him to die earlier. However, he could not complete the task outside, which made Peng Hui lose face. After blocking people for half a year, they disappeared under their eyelids. No one would be happy. Hunting spirit beasts outside was also very unsuccessful. After Yang Chen escaped, the underground spirit beasts near him seemed to have gone crazy and started to attack them in a frenzy. In the end, everyone worked together and managed to break out, but they still ended up in a very sorry state. Over the past half a year, almost everything went wrong and nothing went according to their wishes. After hunting spirit beasts outside for 2 months, Peng Hui finally ran out of supplies and had to return to Separated Village to replenish them. As soon as he walked into Separated Village, Peng Hui sensed that something was wrong. When he raised his head to take a closer look, he saw Yang Chen standing not too far away from him. Yang Chen was looking at him with a smile on his face and a playful look in his eyes. When he saw that Peng Hui had seen him, Yang Chen's smile grew even wider. "Fellow cultivator, how should I address you?" Peng Hui was startled. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt weak and did not dare to say his name. Ignoring Yang Chen, Peng Hui snorted coldly and turned to the side. He was still wondering if he should tell his friends that it was best not to let Yang Chen know his identity. Before he could finish his thought, Peng Hui heard an unbelievable voice. "Great Master, this is an overseas rogue cultivator. Peng Hui, why are you looking for him?" Chapter 138. Who would be so insensible as to reveal his name? What puzzled Peng Hui even more was, "Great Master? Which Great Master?" Peng Hui had just turned his head angrily when he saw a scene that left him speechless. There seemed to be a few more people by Yang Chen's side. Peng Hui had no idea when these people had arrived, but this was enough to show that these people's cultivation was much higher than his. What was even more shocking was that these people with higher cultivation than him were smiling obsequiously at Yang Chen. One of them even pointed at Peng Hui and reported as if he was asking for credit, "Great Master, I know where his nest is. Why are you looking for him? Do you need our help?" Even a fool could tell that there was some discord between Yang Chen and Peng Hui. On one side was a high-grade pill refinement master with a bright future, and on the other side was a rogue cultivator without any backing. Anyone would know what to choose. This scene in front of Yang Chen was not surprising at all, except for Peng Hui himself. Another guy was even more direct as he asked Yang Chen, "Who cares who he is? Great Master, did he offend you? I'll take him down immediately and make him kowtow to you as an apology." This time, the person who spoke was an expert at the peak of the qi refinement stage. He did not care about Peng Hui, a mid-stage qi refinement stage cultivator, at all. As long as Yang Chen nodded, he would immediately do as he was told. This attitude gave Peng Hui a huge fright. Since when did Yang Chen become a great master? And he was so popular in Fallen Village. Seeing that a large group of people were still gathering over there and smiling obsequiously at Yang Chen, Peng Hui realized that things were not looking good. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck as if something was stuck to his neck. Then, a sinister voice sounded from behind him. "Great Master, did this guy offend you? Do you want me to end him now?" Peng Hui was scared out of his wits. Who would have thought that a junior at the qi refinement stage would have so many people supporting him in Fallen Village? Listening to everyone's tone, it seemed as if they wanted to use his life to curry favor with Yang Chen. He wanted to move, but the flying sword on his back prevented him from doing anything. He was afraid that he would cause a misunderstanding and be killed by the sword. This is the immortal falling abyss. Peng Hui started to stutter, and it took him a while to recover. Killing is forbidden here. Everyone only wanted to please Yang Chen, but they forgot that they were still in the immortal falling abyss. In other words, even though everyone knew that this was the immortal falling abyss, some of them still acted like they were the vanguard, just to leave a good impression on Yang Chen. When Peng Hui said this, everyone seemed to hesitate. "Master, what do you think we should do? How about I make him die without a burial after leaving the immortal falling abyss?" The person pointing the flying sword at Peng Hui asked Yang Chen for instructions. Although his tone was still threatening, it didn't sound like he was going to kill Peng Hui immediately. Even if there aren't 1,000 human immortals who have died at the hands of the underground spirit beasts, there are at least 800. One more doesn't matter. Someone beside Yang Chen immediately jumped out. "Let him go now. We'll follow him to a place with more spirit beast." This person was even more ruthless, wanting to make a move in the immortal falling abyss, and then push the blame onto the underground spirit beasts. Hearing everyone's discussion, Peng Hui's heart grew colder and colder. Yang Chen didn't say a word, but the ridiculing smile on his face made Peng Hui feel more pressure than anyone else's words combined. Who would have thought that a Qi condensation junior who offended a big shot from the outside could still do so well in the immortal falling abyss? 7 or 8 peak foundation establishment realm experts surrounded him, but not only did he calmly escape, his cultivation also increased, and he even found a lot of people to rely on in Separation Village. Peng Hui couldn't understand, what did a Qi condensation junior like Yang Chen have that was worth these experts' flattery? Even if he did, couldn't they just kill him and take it? Given the current situation, Peng Hui knew that there was no way he could get along well with Yang Chen. The best-case scenario was that he would be dismembered immediately after leaving the immortal falling abyss, and that would be the best outcome. After all, he would live the longest. More likely, he would be eaten by the underground spirit beasts after coming back to replenish his supplies. Killing wasn't allowed in the immortal falling abyss, and grudges from the outside couldn't be brought into the immortal falling abyss. This was a rule set by Elder Wu Xiong. However, this rule was only effective in Separation Village. Elder Wu Xiong wasn't an immortal. How could he monitor every corner of the immortal falling abyss? Many people resolved their problems in a certain corner of the immortal falling abyss, just like when Yang Chen was being hunted previously. Hunting down others was very carefree, but when it was one's turn to be hunted, it was a completely different feeling. Peng Hui was only in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, and with a group of peak Foundation Establishment Realm experts and an early Golden Core Realm coveting him, it was simply impossible for him to survive. He didn't have Yang Chen's abilities, and even now, Peng Hui didn't know where Yang Chen was hiding. "Ignore him, as long as I know who he is." To everyone's surprise, Yang Chen let Peng Hui off lightly. Although the crowd didn't understand, they didn't want to go against Yang Chen's wishes. They snorted coldly at Peng Hui, then slowly turned around and left. The cold feeling on his back suddenly disappeared, and Peng Hui let out a long sigh. However, when he thought about what those people had said and looked at Yang Chen's calm face, Peng Hui knew that he couldn't escape this time. In his despair, Peng Hui couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he was going to die, then everyone would die together. In a flash, the flying sword soared into the air and attacked Yang Chen, who was turning around and walking not far away. The flying sword was swift and fierce, and it looked like it was going to kill Yang Chen in one blow. Everyone was shocked and was about to open their magic treasures when they suddenly heard Yang Chen shout, "Don't move, everyone. The immortal falling abyss has its own rules." He didn't even look at the flying sword and continued to move forward. Peng Hui naturally heard Yang Chen's words, but he had already made a move at this moment. It was difficult to put the knife back into the sheath. The flying sword only paused in the air, but it was still unrelenting toward Yang Chen. "How dare you!" Suddenly, everyone seemed to hear a clap of thunder, and a monstrous aura engulfed everyone. Peng Hui's entire body was bleeding from the shock, and the flying sword that flew out turned around uncontrollably and flew back to Peng Hui's side at an even faster speed. It didn't stop and directly pierced through his body. Peng Hui looked at the flying sword that was stained with his blood in disbelief. His body swayed a few times, then he fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't die in peace. "It's rare that someone still remembers my rules." "Very good." The voice from before rang in everyone's ears again, but this time the tone was much gentler. Chapter 139. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone knew who the speaker was. Elder Wu Xiong, a master of the Great Ascension Stage, was a big figure among the big figures that everyone's elders had to look up to. He was the ruler of the immortal falling abyss and the rule maker. Ever since everyone stepped into the immortal falling abyss, no one had seen this legendary master of the Great Ascension Stage. Everything seemed to be carried out in accordance with the rules, without the slightest accident. Gradually, everyone seemed to have forgotten the existence of this Elder Wu. It was only in Fallen Village that there were still some rules, but in the depths of the immortal falling abyss, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Seeing that Elder Wu did not appear and directly controlled Peng Hui's flying sword to kill Peng Hui, everyone realized in their hearts that compared to a real master, they were still far away. When they thought that if it were not for Yang Chen's shout, everyone would have made a move, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Even if they were better than Peng Hui, there was still a limit. At least they could not control Peng Hui's flying sword to kill Peng Hui at any time. Let alone do it, they didn't even dare to think about it. No one present dared to say anything. In fact, not a single person in the entire separated village dared to make any unnecessary movements. Elder Wu's words made everyone understand that in Fallen Village, in the immortal falling abyss, it was better to follow Elder Wu's rules no matter what. Yang Chen also did not say anything or do anything. He had already expected Wu Xiong to appear. When his own spiritual sense threads suddenly sensed a powerful but secretive spiritual sense leaving as soon as it touched him, he knew that this must be Elder Wu's spiritual sense. Elder Wu had begun to track down that shocking evil spirit before the new year. Yang Chen was very clear about this. Just now, it was estimated that Elder Wu had just returned from outside. At that time, it was when Yang Chen was about to turn around and leave. Therefore, when Peng Hui's flying sword flew out, Yang Chen directly shouted to stop everyone and even said Elder Wu's rules. For Wu Xiong, who had just returned, he did not care about right or wrong. What was important was whether the rules he had set were followed or not. Peng Hui took out his flying sword, but the group of people didn't attack because of Yang Chen's advice. There was nothing better than flattery to make Wu Xiong and Elder Wu happy. Since these people did not make a move, it meant that they had always been thinking about him and the rules he had set. Naturally, the person who did it was the one who broke the rules. If this person wanted to make a move, there was definitely a grudge between them. But Wu Xiong had already said that after entering the immortal falling abyss, no matter how great the grudges were, they had to be set aside. Killing fellow Taoists was not allowed here. Since Yang Chen and the others were upholding the rules, Wu Xiong would punish the guys who broke the rules. I don't care what grudges you have. I don't care if you fight to the death outside the immortal falling abyss, but inside the immortal falling abyss, if you fight, You die. The majestic voice once again sounded in everyone's ears, but no one could see the figure of Elder Wu. No one dared to answer Elder Wu's words. Even if it was a Jedan stage master, when facing a master of the Darching stage, they would look up to him and did not dare to act rashly. Kid, you are very good. The voice echoed in everyone's ears, but this time it specifically pointed to Yang Chen. Seeing that your cultivation base is still low, you don't have a flying sword, this flying sword will be rewarded to you. With the words of Elder Wu, the flying sword that had just killed Peng Hui began to fly in front of Yang Chen. Immediately afterward, the Chenkuan bag on Peng Hui's belt also flew up and flew in front of Yang Chen. Seeing that you don't even have a Chenkuan bag, which disciple is so tired, I will reward you together. Yang Chen gently stretched out his hand and grabbed the Chenkuan bag and the flying sword in front of him. In the envious eyes of everyone, Yang Chen bowed to the empty space. Thank you, senior. The road of cultivation is arduous, it is better not to make enemies with others. Elder Wu Xiong's voice carried a hint of persuasion, but there was no command tone. You are on your own. Yes, senior. Yang Chen thanked him again, but Elder Wu Xiong seemed to have disappeared and did not speak again. At the same time, the overwhelming aura that the crowd felt also disappeared. Elder Wu must have left. Who? There was a series of heavy breathing sounds, and it seemed that everyone was relaxed. Elder Wu did not appear at all, but everyone seemed to have fought with all their strength for the whole day outside, and there was no strength in their bodies at all. The few who almost attacked just now were even more sweating, and directly sat on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. These people stood up for him, but Yang Chen was not stingy at all. He directly took out a jade bottle and gave each of them a second cycle qi nourishing pill. After swallowing the pill, everyone seemed to have recovered a little spiritual power, and they stood up one after another. That was close. The cultivator who pointed the flying sword at Peng Hui's back blurted out these two words, but immediately realized that something was wrong. If this was heard by Elder Wu Xiong, wouldn't it be a big mistake? He quickly covered his mouth, not daring to say another word. The others also looked like they had a new lease on life, but some people still came to their senses. If it was not for Yang Chen's reminder, they might have become ghosts under the flying sword. They couldn't help but rejoice, and towards Yang Chen, they were even more grateful. Great Master, thank you for just now. Someone spoke, and it immediately attracted a series of thanks. Yang Chen would not rely on this to be arrogant, and he also cupped his hands towards the crowd. The person who should thank me should be me. Everyone spoke up for justice. Thank you very much. Both sides immediately became polite, but in the midst of the pushing and shoving, the people who had stood up for Yang Chen before were secretly happy. This time, it was a solid favor, and their relationship with Yang Chen was one step closer. No one would envy Yang Chen for getting the flying sword and the cosmos sack. If they had to experience Elder Wu's coercion again to get a flying sword, it was likely that they would choose not to have anything. At least they wouldn't have to experience that nightmarish feeling. They originally thought that they were already big shots, but now they realized that they were just small ants. In front of a real master, they didn't even have the ability to decide their own life and death. The only one who behaved normally was probably Yang Chen. Not to mention the experience of his previous life. In this life, Yang Chen even killed the Jade Emperor. Why would he be afraid of the coercion of a master of the Darching stage? For him, it was simply a piece of cake. Now that Yang Chen has been in the immortal falling abyss for 3 years, Yang Chen has to think about how to spend the next 10 years, so that he would not waste this 10 years of not being able to go out. Chapter 140. Spirit Marrow. Yang Chen was not short of it. Even if it was used to support a sect, it was enough. The spiritual power here was abundant and the cultivation was not bad, but from the time Yang Chen joined the sect to the present, it was only a short period of 6 years, and he had already reached the peak of the fire attribute qi refining, which was almost a heaven-defying existence. Even the cultivation genius Shashanshan did not have such a speed. Yang Chen could say that he had killed too many people and his will was firm, and the illusion could not affect him. But in cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Chen to be stronger than Fairy Sure with a full metal attribute spirit root, right? Yang Chen's previous plan to build the foundation in 10 years was already a very strong performance of a cultivation genius, and now it was natural that he could not show too special. Otherwise, It was a small matter to cause the jealousy of others. If he was remembered by other sects to eliminate this cultivation genius in the bud, so as not to affect the balance of the sects in the future, that would be a grievance. Killing the underground spirit beasts was because he wanted to integrate the will of the immortal beheading stage. Now that the task had been completed, Yang Chen was too lazy to find trouble with those underground spirit beasts. It seemed that he could only build himself into a genius in alchemy. Fortunately, his reputation had spread a little, at least in Li Luo village. No one would question this. Yang Chen refining the second-grade foundation establishment pill almost happened under the eyes of everyone, and there was no possibility of cheating. Soon, someone exchanged some medicinal materials from others, and Yang Chen was also able to refine some low-level qi-nourishing pills, peiyuan pills, and other medicinal pills, all of which were second-grade. At this point, no one doubted Yang Chen's identity as a genius in alchemy. The days passed so peacefully for half a year. Yang Chen's daily thing was to practice one cycle, and then the universe treasure-raising secret art sacrificial refining the profound spirit furnace and the sword sheath. The fire attribute cultivation base has been further improved, and the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art can also be carried out to a higher level of sacrificial refining. But to Yang Chen's surprise, it seemed that whatever type of spiritual power he used for sacrificial refinement would only increase that type of spiritual power. The fire attribute sacrificial refining has reached the 4th level of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the 6th level of the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. Correspondingly, the 3rd fire and 4th fire spirit chi threads have been strengthened to the 4th and 6th, but the other attributes of spiritual power threads have not changed at all. With Wu Xiong in the immortal fallen abyss, Yang Chen was afraid that the master of the Dacheng stage would discover the fact that he cultivated the 5 elements and yin and yang were complete, so he did not dare to show too much and only focused on improving the fire attribute spirit power. In just half a year, Yang Chen's fire attribute spiritual power had been raised to the extreme, and there were faint signs of him reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, Yang Chen used his powerful spiritual awareness control, no longer enhancing a single fire attribute spiritual power, but began to comprehensively enhance other attributes. Those who chased after Yang Chen, in this 6 months, appeared one after another, and their identities were all remembered by Yang Chen. When the two sides met, although sparks flew, but with the last time Wu Xiong killed Peng Hui in the air, no one dared to make a move in the village. All the grievances could only be resolved after they got out of the immortal fallen abyss. Now Yang Chen no longer appeared in the market. At the door of the hut where he lived, a wooden sign was hung. The sign was painted with an alchemy furnace, which was used as a sign. Anyway, everyone knew that Yang Chen was a talented alchemist master, so he could go directly to Yang Chen's hut. On this day, Yang Chen had just sent away a fellow daoist who had refined a furnace of qi replenishing pills and returned to his house to sit for a while. The door of the hut was knocked a few times. After obtaining Yang Chen's permission, a middle-aged man with a square face opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, Yang Chen felt a sense of déjà vu, but he had no memory of this person, which made Yang Chen feel very strange. "You are an alchemist master. Can you refine high-level pills?" The middle-aged man did not stand on ceremony and asked directly. In fact, Yang Chen had answered this question many times, but he had never seen this person before. He was probably new, so it was normal that he did not know. Yang Chen did not have the slightest impatience, he just nodded and replied, "At most, I can refine foundation building pills. My cultivation is limited, so I don't dare to waste seniors' medicinal ingredients." Hearing Yang Chen's answer, the middle-aged man was not too surprised. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation was at the peak of the qi refining stage. Being able to refine a second revolution foundation building pill was already the performance of a genius, so the middle-aged man could not ask for too much. What if it's just refining and purifying a single medicinal ingredient? The middle-aged man asked again. That depends on what kind of medicinal ingredient it is. Just like this, Yang Chen's answer was a lot more confident. Although he did not give a specific answer, the confidence in his tone could not be hidden in any way. What if it's this? The middle-aged man opened his big hand, and a piece of emerald green jade appeared in his hand, and he sent it to Yang Chen. In his tone, there seemed to be a slight expectation. Best quality green jade zorizir? Yang Chen was stunned, and then his eyes revealed a kind of fiery heat. This best quality green jade zorizir only grew in the depths of some kind of underground jade mine. It could only be found by chance, and there were also powerful monsters guarding it. Without a great opportunity and heaven-defying strength, it was impossible to find this kind of treasure-level thing. And this kind of green jade zorizir was also an extremely rare elixir, and it was the main ingredient of refining heaven-seizing pill. The heaven-seizing pill was only used in one situation, that was, when the Darching stage ascended and faced the tribulation. The middle-aged man actually took out this kind of thing, and Yang Chen finally understood where his sense of familiarity came from. This middle-aged man was Wu Xiong, and Yang Chen also felt familiar from the last slight contact with his spiritual awareness. Yang Chen blurted out the name of the green jade zorizir, which also made Wu Xiong slightly surprised. It was impossible for ordinary people to recognize this kind of thing, but Yang Chen did not even hesitate. It was not that Yang Chen was knowledgeable, but he had seen it somewhere before. But Wu Xiong would rather believe that it was the former. This kind of thing, if he wanted to see it, even at Wu Xiong's level, it was not an easy thing. This green jade zorizir, can you refine and purify it? Wu Xiong stared closely at Yang Chen's face, and some eagerly waited for Yang Chen's answer. The refining of the green jade zorizir without damaging the medicinal properties requires a very precise fire control. If the fire is a little too much, it will be burned. Yang Chen did not answer directly, but first said the difficulty of refining the green jade zorizir, and then turned the thread of conversation. The most suitable flame to refine the green jade zorizir is the earth's core fire. As he spoke, Yang Chen's hands were held in front of his chest, and a flame appeared between his two hands. The dark red color allowed Wu Xiong to see the type of flame at a glance. At the same time, the flame, under the control of Yang Chen, was flexible like a living thing, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a little flame person. The figure and face of the little person was exactly the same as the opposite Wu Xiong. Elder Wu, look at my hand, can it meet your intention? Looking at Wu Xiong, Yang Chen asked with a smile. Chapter 141. You know who I am? Wu Xiong only glanced at the flame in Yang Chen's hand and ignored Yang Chen's question. He was interested in how Yang Chen knew his identity. He had never shown his face in front of this batch of disciples training in Immortal Fallen Abyss. Even when he killed Peng Hui, he had done so in secret. The top-grade green jade zorizir is the main ingredient of the heaven-seizing pill. Only you, Elder Wu, can use it here. Yang Chen wasn't too nervous as he slowly explained his judgment. You are very knowledgeable. Wu Xiong nodded slightly and praised him. However, he still found it strange that a Qi condensation junior would know the formula of the heaven-seizing pill. It was really hard to fathom. This junior is untalented, but I have already memorized everything in the sutra depository of the Nine Earth Villa in Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's words cleared up all the doubts in Wu Xiong's heart. It didn't seem like something unacceptable for a young fellow who had memorized everything in the sutra depository to know about the heaven-seizing pill and the green jade zorizir. However, even though Yang Chen was outstanding in controlling flames and possessed the most suitable earth flame for refining medicine, Wu Xiong was still a little worried. He directly flicked out a piece of green jade and indicated for Yang Chen to refine it on the spot. Yang Chen didn't panic. The green jade was still in the air, but the flame had already engulfed it. It was like the flame had a thread attached to it as it slowly pulled the green jade in between his two hands. The dark red flame began to slowly lick the surroundings of the green jade. Not long after, the green jade underwent a slight change. The originally hard green jade began to slowly become like a dough. Then, it seemed to turn into a liquid. Under the control of Yang Chen's flame, it constantly changed shape. One moment, it became an exquisite jade pendant, and the next moment, it became a green pill cauldron. But the strange thing was that the green jade maintained its green jade color and didn't change at all. This wasn't all. Yang Chen clearly remembered that Elder Wu's request was to refine and purify it. There was no problem in refining it, but there was still one more step to purify it. Under the scorching heat of the earth flame, Traces of impurities flowed out of the green liquid little by little, and were carried to some unknown place by the raging flames outside. Slowly, the impurities became less and less, and some white juice began to seep out. Yang Chen knew that there were some ordinary jade materials mixed into the jasper, so he treated them as impurities. After a while, there were no more impurities seeping out of the green liquid. Yang Chen controlled the flames and turned it into a round flame cup. He placed the green liquid in it and brought it to Wu Xiong. The green liquid in the flaming goblet looked like a piece of transparent crystal. However, it gave off a pleasant jade-green color. Although it was liquid, it didn't have the fluidity of being burned too much. Elder Wu Xiong gently put his hand in and a ball of jasper condensed on his finger. As he lifted his finger, it left the flame goblet in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen put the flame in front of him and quietly waited for Elder Wu Xiong's judgment. Wu Xiong put his finger in front of his eyes and his spiritual awareness directly penetrated into the jasper. The whole droplet-shaped jade had almost no impurities. It was delicate and beautiful. From one end, it seemed that one could see through it to the other. It was crystal clear, and the green color inside was evenly dyed. There was a warm feeling in the hand. Compared to when it was just handed to Yang Chen, the quality of the jade was no less than 10 times better. To be able to do this with bare hands, you are the first person in the qi refining stage. Wu Xiong did not hesitate to give overflowing words of praise. Yang Chen in front of him was definitely the guy with the strongest talent in alchemy he had ever seen. He could do many things that even the masters of the Jedan stage could not do in the qi refining stage. In particular, his skill in controlling fire was simply at the peak of perfection. If it were not for the limitations of his cultivation base, even Wu Xiong would not be his opponent. Elder Wu is overpraising me. Yang Chen's performance was quite a calm demeanor. In Wu Xiong's eyes, he sighed again. I want to refine the heaven-seizing pill and need the help of some brilliant alchemy masters. Little brother, are you interested? Wu Xiong seemed to have verified the level of Yang Chen's alchemy and directly made an invitation. I can't ask for more. Yang Chen agreed with a smile on his face. He was invited by a master of the Darching stage, not to mention the benefits behind it. Just being able to see the refining process of the heaven-seizing pill was a thing that could not be asked for. If he didn't go with this opportunity, wouldn't he be a fool? Moreover, Yang Chen wanted to package himself as a senior alchemy master. With Wu Xiong's matter, it was absolutely a fact that no one dared to doubt it. Even Elder Wu Xiong of the Darching stage wanted Yang Chen's help. Didn't this explain anything? The refining of the heaven-seizing pill was not the same as the qi-nourishing pill, where the required medicinal materials were mixed together and refined. It could be called the heaven-seizing pill, which had already explained a lot of things. If it was truly refined, it would not be inferior to refining a top-grade magic treasure. Not to mention how advanced the materials needed were, the refining process alone needed to be divided into several stages. Each stage was at least 1,000 times more complicated than the refining of the foundation establishment pill. This was almost the highest level medicinal pill that could be refined in the mortal world. Even with the experience of Yang Chen as a great principal golden immortal, he had not experienced it in his previous life, and he had not even witnessed the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. It could be said that as long as he could successfully refine the heaven-seizing pill, basically, the title of a 4th-grade alchemy master was definitely in his grasp. When Yang Chen followed Elder Wu Xiong out of Yang Chen's hut, it suddenly caused a small commotion. Yang Chen has not left the hut for a while. If someone wanted to refine pills, they would go to the door to ask Yang Chen for help. This kind of leaving with people has never happened before. Moreover, Wu Xiong was a new face, and almost no one had seen him before. The group of people looked at Wu Xiong with vigilance, as if they would immediately rush over if Yang Chen gave the hint. Wu Xiong did not care at all. He raised his hand and Yang Chen was enveloped by a circle of spiritual light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them flew out of Separation Village and disappeared. Only the group of cultivators from Separation Village was left behind, not knowing what had happened. They looked at each other in the direction where the light disappeared, not knowing what to do. What happened just now? Why was Master Yang taken away? What happened? After a few guesses, an expert on duty finally revealed the truth with an extremely envious tone. That person just now was Elder Wu Xiong. He took Master Yang away. When the group of people heard this person's words, no one had any doubts. Everyone began to guess what Elder Wu was going to do with Yang Chen. Chapter 142. Elder Wu didn't seem to be making things difficult for Yang Chen, so he probably didn't want to harm Yang Chen. Moreover, if he really wanted to deal with Yang Chen, it would be a piece of cake. Why would Elder Wu come forward? Since he didn't want to make things difficult for Yang Chen, there were only two possibilities. One was to cultivate Yang Chen, the other was to ask for help from Yang Chen. Either way, it wasn't a bad thing for Yang Chen. Everyone immediately understood why the expert on duty would use such an envious tone to say those words just now. They couldn't help but feel envious in their hearts. How good would it be if Elder Wu thought highly of them? In any case, those who wanted to curry favor with Yang Chen were the happiest at this time. After this incident with Elder Wu, Yang Chen's market definitely rose. Thinking about how they had already forged a lot of good karma with Yang Chen, everyone's heart was filled with happiness. The better Yang Chen was, the more benefits they would receive in the future. Yang Chen didn't care about this at the moment. He was full of excitement about being able to participate in the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. Even if he was a reincarnated perfected golden immortal, he was still extremely interested in this kind of heaven-defying pill. Moreover, he was able to be on good terms with Elder Wu Xiong, who was a very powerful expert in the spiritual realm. In contrast, Wu Xiong's flying magic weapon wasn't so surprising. Moreover, Yang Chen could clearly feel that they were no longer in the immortal falling abyss. Instead, they directly passed through the formation of the immortal falling abyss and came to the surface. Otherwise, the high-speed flight of this magic weapon would definitely cause a large number of underground spirit beasts to attack. When he saw the scenery on the surface, Yang Chen's body trembled slightly. He looked at Wu Xiong with some doubt and said, "Elder Wu, you are out of the immortal falling abyss, could it be? I'm about to start refining the heaven-seizing pill. It should be a matter of a few years." Of course, Wu Xiong knew the meaning behind Yang Chen's words. He appreciated Yang Chen's alertness very much. Of course, the two of them were not playing any riddles. Since Wu Xiong wanted to refine the heaven-seizing pill, he naturally had to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Yang Chen was also shocked because Wu Xiong had an agreement with the various sect leaders that unless he was about to ascend, he would not leave the immortal falling abyss. Him leaving the immortal falling abyss already explained everything. Although Yang Chen was not surprised by Wu Xiong's flying magic treasure, Wu Xiong's flying magic treasure was really amazing. In just a few hours, they had covered a distance that would have taken Yang Chen at least 2 months to cover. Flying at high speed, Yang Chen could not be bothered to calculate the distance. Instead, he slowly regarded the magic treasure that was carrying him. The magic treasure was a shuttle-shaped boat. Yang Chen and Wu Xiong were sitting in the middle of the boat. Unfortunately, the boat was not big. Even if 2 people sat down, there was only a little space. At most, there was a small table with some tea on it. This is the soaring shuttle that this old man personally refined. For the sake of speed, I had to sacrifice some space. As if he saw Yang Chen's regret about this magic treasure, Wu Xiong opened his mouth to explain. His face was quite proud of himself. This soaring shuttle was Wu Xiong's trump card. He had always been proud of it. Moreover, this magic treasure's name was well known in the cultivation world. Almost all cultivators, after hearing the name of the soaring shuttle, would have a shocked and envious expression. Presumably, Yang Chen was no exception. What surprised Wu Xiong was that Wu Xiong's guess did not come true at all. Yang Chen just looked around, then nodded and responded with a sentence, "What a pity." In his previous life, Yang Chen had seen what kind of high-level flying magic treasure he had not seen. This soaring heavens shuttle, in Yang Chen's eyes, was just inferior goods. This evaluation was also given by Yang Chen to take care of Wu Xiong's face. In Wu Xiong's eyes, Yang Chen's performance was really surprising. If it was not that Yang Chen had not heard of the name of the soaring shuttle, then Yang Chen was indeed feeling pity for the soaring shuttle. However, Yang Chen was just a little junior in the qi refining stage. How could he know what a high-level magic treasure was? Wu Xiong was not an ordinary person, nor would he use the mentality of an ordinary person to look at problems. Although Yang Chen's cultivation base was low, he knew about the heaven-seizing pill, and the means of controlling the fire could be described as superb. Even among the fire cultivators that Wu Xiong knew, Wu Xiong was not sure who could put aside their cultivation base and compete with Yang Chen in controlling the fire. Since he had such a talent in alchemy, the evaluation of the soaring shuttle would not be without purpose. Is there any way to solve it? Wu Xiong used a tone of asking for advice this time. He did not neglect Yang Chen because of his young age and low cultivation base. This attitude made Yang Chen admire him very much. He had seen too many guys who relied on the strong to bully the weak. Wu Xiong's performance really surprised him. In his previous life, he and Wu Xiong did not have the opportunity to contact each other and did not know much about Wu Xiong. However, a master of the Dacheng stage who was about to ascend was still so courteous to him, a junior in the qi refining stage, which had explained a lot of problems. When refining, use the refining method of the heavenly cave and integrate this magic treasure with the heavenly cave. Yang Chen did not have the idea of keeping it to himself, and frankly said what he knew. Although it takes more effort, it can be more comfortable, and there is no need to carry a Chenkuan bag so ostentatiously, and the grade of the magic treasure can also be improved a lot. This was originally a common practice in the spiritual world, but everyone was reluctant to do so. As long as Wu Xiong ascended, he would soon be able to get in touch with it. But in the mortal world, few people did this. Such consumption of materials and spiritual power, just for a flying magic treasure, was a waste for many people. A sentence woke up the dreamer, and Wu Xiong suddenly realized that the problems encountered in the past with this magic treasure seemed to be solved immediately. He couldn't help but praise loudly, "Yes. It's so simple, why didn't I think of it?" After praising it, his eyes immediately returned to Yang Chen's face and he asked with a smile, "But doubts, are you really just a disciple in the qi refining stage? This younger generation junior just read a little more books." Yang Chen responded with a smile. Anyway, he had already said that the scripture pavilion had been memorized before, so this idea was not so incredible. Wu Xiong nodded and said nothing more, but he had already made up his mind. This time, the refining of the heaven-seizing pill would definitely take a lot of time. When he was free, he would learn from Yang Chen and read more books. At his level, there was no bottleneck in his cultivation base. What he needed was some epiphany at some time. It seemed that it was not enough to only read about his own cultivation before. Chapter 143. After that, Wu Xiong no longer talked about this topic, but took out a pot of green tea and 2 teacups. He poured a cup for himself and Yang Chen, and then solemnly put away the teapot. The tea in the teacup showed a nearly green color, just like the emerald jade that Yang Chen had refined and purified. The teacup was not simple either. It was the same green color that made people drool. With the green tea, it was like a whole piece of flawless jade. This old man has nothing to do and has a little hobby. "Little friend, try the emerald tea that I made myself." Wu Xiong reached out and made a gesture of invitation. If outsiders were to see this, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground. Elder Wu Xiong, even when facing the heads of the various sects, did not seem to be so polite. Yang Chen didn't seem to know the meaning of this at all. After politely thanking him, he held the emerald jade cup with both hands and picked up the cup of emerald tea. Wu Xiong spent almost most of his time in the immortal falling abyss. He basically had no time to go to the ground to pick any spiritual objects. Therefore, this emerald tea was made from the tender leaves of a cluster of emerald jade bamboo that he found underground. Compared with ordinary tea, the taste was very different. This was also Wu Xiong's most proud means, but he always tasted it himself and rarely shared it with others. Now he poured a cup for Yang Chen. This was the first time. The more obsessed a person was, the more he hoped that someone could appreciate his own proud work, but Wu Xiong had been in the immortal falling abyss for a long time. How many people could be like Yang Chen, sitting in front of Wu Xiong and talking with confidence and assurance? When other people saw Wu Xiong, they were either as obedient as a grandson, or they were trembling with fear. How could they be as relaxed as Yang Chen, as if he, the powerhouse of the Darching stage, was just an ordinary friend. But Wu Xiong liked this tone. Yang Chen did not put his soaring sky shuttle in his eyes at all, and even had some regretful comments, which made him look at Yang Chen with new eyes. The improvement method proposed later was even more eye-catching. Although that method was very simple, very few people would think of doing it. This was what made it rare and precious. Now that Yang Chen picked up the emerald tea, Wu Xiong didn't touch the one in front of him. Instead, he looked at Yang Chen nervously, waiting for his evaluation. He hadn't had this feeling of anticipation for a long time. It seemed that it was the right decision to invite Yang Chen over on a whim. Originally, Wu Xiong had only wanted to settle the matters in the immortal fallen abyss before he left, but he hadn't expected that a murderous aura would suddenly appear in the immortal fallen abyss, and he couldn't find the source. Soon after, he had searched more than half of the immortal fallen abyss. As soon as he returned, he discovered that someone was about to kill him. He immediately vented his anger on the unlucky Peng Hui and killed him in the air. Then he heard that Yang Chen was an alchemist, and that he was refining the heaven-seizing pill. The refining and purification of the top-grade green jade zorizir needed the help of an expert. The few people he knew didn't have a suitable fire seed, so he found Yang Chen with the mentality of giving it a try. He didn't expect that Yang Chen would give him a big surprise. Then the soaring sky shuttle made Xu Xiong look at it in a different light. Now Wu Xiong was nervously waiting for Yang Chen's evaluation of the emerald tea he made. Yang Chen, who was holding the jade cup, didn't drink it in one gulp. Instead, he first held the cup in front of him and gently sniffed it. This emerald tea was very strong, but it had a strong fragrance of bamboo leaves, which made people feel relaxed and happy. With just this sniff, Yang Chen could feel a pure spiritual power entering his nostrils, and his whole body felt comfortable as if it was soaking in cool water. Looking at Yang Chen's expression of closing his eyes and carefully sniffing the tea, Wu Xiong became more and more expectant. Yang Chen's performance had completely exceeded the performance of a qi refinement stage disciple. He was now eager to know Yang Chen's evaluation of his emerald tea. Compared to the jade nectar that Yang Chen had enjoyed in the heavenly court, this emerald tea had a unique fragrance that made people want to take a sip. After Yang Chen sniffed for a moment, he held the small jade cup and gently took a sip. In an instant, a mixed bamboo fragrance, and at the same time, a light and transparent feeling filled his mouth, and then rushed along the mouth to the lungs. A huge spiritual power was released from the tea, cleansing the lungs, and the charm didn't stop for a long time. However, Yang Chen couldn't completely taste this tea fragrance at the moment. The huge spiritual power released made Yang Chen have to operate the yin-yang reverse 5 elements to the limit to absorb and refine this spiritual power. The terrifying spiritual power was even more abundant than the spiritual power contained in the profound yang fruit last year. On Yang Chen's face, there was a red expression. In Wu Xiong's eyes, he suddenly reacted. His emerald tea was made from the young leaves of jade bamboo. How could a qi refinement stage disciple like Yang Chen withstand the spiritual power contained in it? Just as he was about to help, he saw that Yang Chen's face slowly returned to normal, and then he praised with intoxication, "Good tea." Immediately after, he drank another sip of tea, and his face turned red again before returning to normal. This time, Wu Xiong didn't know how he should look at Yang Chen, this qi refinement stage kid. Although this kind of praise made Wu Xiong very happy, Yang Chen's performance clearly surpassed that of a qi refinement stage disciple, so Wu Xiong really couldn't give a clear judgment. Was this kid in front of him really in the qi refinement stage? Extraordinary, not something in the pond. These two words only rippled in Wu Xiong's mind, and he suddenly had a hunch in his heart. It seemed that if he could invite Yang Chen to participate in the refining of the heaven-seizing pill this time, there might be a big surprise. Next, the topic of the two began to revolve around tea, and Yang Chen was also inspired by Wu Xiong's unique refining teapot. It seemed that he should get a wine brewing utensil. He didn't know what the taste of the precious medicinal materials in the medicine garden, plus the special secret recipe that he knew, would be like if he cultivated and brewed for thousands of years. The jade nectar in the heavenly court might be just an ear. Wu Xiong had no idea that his teapot could make Yang Chen think so much. On the contrary, The more he talked about the topic of tea with Yang Chen, the more he hit it off. Yang Chen's rich knowledge and unique taste perspective also made Wu Xiong's eyes light up. Even if Yang Chen knew nothing about alchemy, now Wu Xiong was willing to sit together and talk with Yang Chen. To be able to meet such a little friend who didn't care about his seniority and cultivation, even Wu Xiong felt that it was rare and precious. The topic of the two continued until the two arrived at their destination, and then they stopped. However, both of them had a feeling that it was not enough. Chapter 144. This was the place where Wu Xiong personally chose to refine the heaven-seizing pill. Along the way, the soaring sky shuttle flew and he didn't know how long it had been and how far it was. But one thing Yang Chen could be sure of was that Wu Xiong would never allow anyone to disturb his refining of the heaven-seizing pill. There were at least a dozen layers of restrictions. Even Wu Xiong himself was controlling the soaring sky shuttle. His hands kept making a secret technique. It took nearly an hour before he entered the inner circle from the outside. The strict protection could be seen. Yang Chen was not surprised by this. The heaven-seizing pill dared to be called the heaven-seizing pill. This medicinal pill was already heaven-defying to the extreme. If Wu Xiong put on a careless posture, it would be taking his own life as a joke. When the soaring heavens shuttle landed on the ground, Wu Xiong came out with Yang Chen and put away the soaring heavens shuttle. Then, he made a secret technique. Then, a path suddenly appeared in the dense forest in front of the two. Wu Xiong took the lead and Yang Chen followed him into the dense forest. After the dense forest, there was a small valley, and the spiritual power in the valley was abnormally abundant. As soon as they came in, they saw a manor, which was exceptionally beautiful. At the entrance of the manor, dozens of servants who seemed to be in the foundation stage stood neatly. They wore uniform clothes and stood in 2 rows. When they saw Wu Xiong, they uniformly saluted him. Wu Xiong just waved his hand casually and pointed to Yang Chen and said, "Little friend Yang Chen is a distinguished guest that I invited, you can't have any neglect." After that, he walked into the manor with Yang Chen. In the manor, it was indescribably exquisite and luxurious. Just where Yang Chen's eyes could see, there were at least 3 ancient trees that were thousands of years old swaying. The materials used to build the manor, even if Yang Chen saw it now, he couldn't wait to tear down the walls, floors, and roofs and use them to refine magic weapons. A master of the Darching stage, hundreds of years of accumulation, compared with Yang Chen's life of hiding from Tibet, the foundation was not 1 or 2 times richer. Wu Xiong was very particular about efficiency. Returning to the manor, he directly brought Yang Chen to the place where he would refine the heaven-seizing pill in the future. Here, Yang Chen met Wu Xiong's other guests. It was to be expected. Wu Xiong was not famous for his alchemy, so if he wanted to refine the heaven-seizing Dan, he would definitely need the help of a few high-level alchemists. Yang Chen saw at least 3 nascent soul-level alchemists. Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, He Lianyun, these 3 people were all famous alchemists. In Yang Chen's previous life, these people's names were like thunder in his ears. When Yang Chen was still a junior, the worst of the 3 was already a 3rd-grade alchemist master, and the strongest one, Deng Ye, although a woman, was already a 4th-grade alchemist master. Hearing Wu Xiong's introduction, Yang Chen was also an alchemist master. In the eyes of the 3 alchemists, there was a trace of doubt, and there was also a trace of contempt. A qi refining stage alchemist, even if the level was high, how high could it be? Yang Chen has the earth core fire, which is the most suitable for refining the emerald jade zorizir. For the contempt of the 3 senior alchemists, whether it was Wu Xiong or Yang Chen, they were not surprised. The heaven-seizing pill was not something that a junior in the qi refining stage could participate in, and the only reason why Yang Chen could participate was that he had the earth core fire, and the means of controlling the fire were absolutely outstanding, and he was competent for the task of refining the emerald jade zorizir. On this point, Wu Xiong did not deliberately elevate Yang Chen, which would make the 3 senior alchemists dissatisfied. Similarly, he did not belittle Yang Chen, but only stated the reason why Yang Chen participated. This reason, in the minds of the 3 alchemists, was an acceptable reason. Although each of them was a fire cultivator and had a fire seed, none of them had the earth core fire. Humph! He Lianyun snorted coldly and did not say anything, But his eyes did not hide his contempt for Yang Chen. This was an opportunity to refine the heaven-seizing pill to become famous in the world, and a junior came over. It was purely troublesome. He Lianyun did not think that Yang Chen was an indispensable person. Just do what you should do, don't try to participate in other things. Relatively speaking, Deng Ye was a lot more cautious, and the words of warning were also a lot. If you delay Elder Wu's matter, don't blame us for being impolite. However, it was better to say that it was a warning than a reminder. As for Zhu Peng, she did not say anything. She coldly glanced at Yang Chen and no longer paid attention to him, sitting there and closing her eyes to rest. The attitudes of the three were different, but Wu Xiong did not express the slightest bit. The refining of the heaven-seizing pill was the three of them. Wu Xiong would never fall out with the three of them for the sake of Yang Chen, a disciple in the qi refining stage. The initial goal of bringing Yang Chen was just to improve the success rate of refining a little. Even if his impression of Yang Chen had changed later, it would not change the original purpose of bringing Yang Chen. Under the unanimous contempt of the three senior alchemists, Yang Chen seemed to have nothing happened. He sat in the seat that Wu Xiong arranged for him and began to examine another guy who was not an alchemist. Fan Shan, beast taming sec. Seeing Yang Chen's eyes looking over, the remaining person's face showed a smile that did not look very friendly, but he said his identity. Yang Chen understood that the refining of the heaven-seizing pill required a powerful monster spirit as a pill spirit, and Fan Shan was a good helper in this regard. He nodded slightly at Fan Shan, and then Yang Chen greeted the four people with the etiquette of the younger generation. This junior is Yang Chen of the Pure Yang Palace. I have seen several seniors, and I also asked the seniors to give me some advice. This etiquette made the faces of a few people look better. The rest of the people did not speak. Deng Ye once again opened her mouth and said "Yen," and did not say anything more. The four masters of the Yuanying stage were reduced to refining medicine with a junior of the qi refining stage. It was estimated that if it were not for Wu Xiong's face, these people would directly kick Yang Chen out of this manner. According to the pill recipe, everything is ready. Everyone see what else needs to be prepared and bring it up together. Wu Xiong met with all the people who invited him, and his face also turned serious. This was a major event related to his ascension, and there could be no mistakes. There is nothing else, but can this Yang Chen do it? Don't delay Elder Wu's big event in the refining, even 100 deaths can't atone for it. As soon as He Lianyun opened his mouth, he once again targeted Yang Chen. As far as I know, Chunyang Palace is not a sect famous for alchemy. A junior of the qi refining stage, if he is just lucky to have the core fire, it is better to find one of my apprentices, who is also a third-grade alchemist at the peak of the Jedan stage, and take his core fire. Chapter 145. There were 3 senior alchemists, one from the Imperial Beast sect, plus Yang Chen and Wu Xiong, a total of 6 people. After He Lianyun said these words, no one said anything except for Yang Chen. Although several people's attitudes towards Yang Chen were different, there was one thing that was the same, that was contempt. The refining of the heaven-seizing pill. Could a little junior in the qi refining stage participate? Do you deserve it? It was not impossible to seize the fire seed from others, of course. The premise was that the person who owned the fire seed cooperated. It was impossible for the dead to have a fire seed, and it was impossible to forcibly take it away. It was only possible if the owner was willing to offer it. However, the lowest cultivation base of the people present was also in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Did a junior in the qi refining stage have any room to resist? The eyes of the 3 alchemists were already undisguised on Yang Chen's body. Each of them was the same greed. Although they did not need the fire seed themselves, who didn't have a few disciples. It was also a good thing to be able to get a suitable fire seed for their juniors. In particular, this earth core fire was the most suitable flame for alchemy. It could only be encountered and not sought. If they didn't already have a higher level fire seed, maybe they would be willing to get it directly from Yang Chen. Wu Xiong had already regretted bringing Yang Chen. He wanted to be able to refine and purify the best quality emerald jade zorizir, but he did not think of the problem of these people's cooperation. He did not expect that He Lianyun would directly put forward such a vicious idea. But Wu Xiong could not offend these 3 alchemists. They were already the top alchemists in the mortal world. Refining the heaven-seizing pill, he could not do without the help of these people. But to let him sacrifice Yang Chen, it was something that Wu Xiong was extremely unwilling to do. He was the one who brought Yang Chen. If he was killed like this, would he still have any face? Now in front of Wu Xiong was a difficult choice. On one side was the heaven-seizing pill, on the other side was Yang Chen. Although only one of the three alchemists, He Lianyun, spoke, but all of them were stirred up by He Lianyun's words. If he didn't appease the three of them, there was no way to refine the heaven-seizing pill. However, if he were to sacrifice Yang Chen just like that, he would be slapping his own face. No matter what, he couldn't do it. Wu Xiong's hesitation was naturally seen by everyone, and Yang Chen was no exception. Wu Xiong had this hesitation, Yang Chen was already very gratified. After all, he was just a junior in the qi refining stage. For a junior in the qi refining stage, he would fall out with 3 yuaning stage alchemists. People with brains would not do it. However, Yang Chen was not a person who would resign himself to death. He Lianyun's thoughts were vicious, and Yang Chen did not mind wiping out his face in order to make himself look good. You speak as if you really can refine the heaven-seizing pill. As long as I hand over the earth core flame, will Senior Hellion be able to successfully refine it? Senior is a person personally invited by Elder Wu, and so is this younger generation junior. If there is a Darching stage alchemist master appearing now, will Senior Hellion also have to hand over his own fire seed? As soon as he opened his mouth, Yang Chen's words made everyone slightly surprised. Moreover, is this Elder Wu's manner or Senior Hellion's manner? Yang Chen has been staring at He Lianyun closely and asked with a smile here, Senior Hellion can already be the master of the house for Elder Wu, is this what you mean? After saying this, He Lianyun's face had become a little wrong. It was true that Wu Xiong had invited him, but this was not He Lianyun's territory. Yelling and shouting in Wu Xiong's territory, and even directly punishing the person invited by Wu Xiong, was no longer the way to treat a guest. It was a blatant slap to the host's face. Wu Xiong was also reminded by Yang Chen's words. Yes, this is my territory, my invited guest, who dares to be so rude? The heaven-seizing pill has not been refined yet, and they have begun to have internal strife. The most important thing was that such a statement was not giving Wu Xiong face. Thinking of this, Wu Xiong's face also sank. In the end, Yang Chen was personally invited by Wu Xiong, just like the three of them. Although everyone's realm was different, their identity was the same. Since they were all guests, running here to take over the host was a bad guest. Although Zhu Peng and Deng Ye were provoked by He Lianyun's words, at this moment, there was no longer the contempt they had before. A junior in the qi refining stage could stand in front of 4 yuaning stage masters and a Darching stage master and talk with confidence and assurance. This could no longer be described as daring. They couldn't help but look at Yang Chen with new eyes. You. He Lianyun was horrified, just staring at Yang Chen fiercely, but immediately turned to Wu Xiong and hurriedly explained Elder Wu, this younger generation junior didn't mean that. In front of cultivators, alchemists were usually superior. No one wanted to offend an alchemist with a promising future, let alone He Lianyun who was already famous in the world. However, Yang Chen said before that the heaven-seizing pill has not been refined yet. In fact, the 3 alchemists were gathered here because the success of the heaven-seizing pill was not great, so everyone had to discuss it together. In history, the heaven-seizing pill has only been refined once, and it was also successfully refined by a brilliant senior alchemist. After the heaven-seizing pill was refined, the alchemist directly ascended, leaving only an incomplete pill recipe that only recorded the materials. The refining method still needed everyone to figure it out together. If he was really sure, Wu Xiong would definitely do whatever He Lianyun said. But the problem was here, He Lianyun didn't dare to pat his chest and guarantee it, so he didn't have the confidence to yell at Wu Xiong. When Yang Chen said that, he had to explain. Yang Chen's little friend was personally invited by this old man. Don't mention the previous words again. Wu Xiong was a little angry, but he also knew that he couldn't offend He Lianyun and the other alchemists at this time, so he could only say this. Where would He Lianyun dare to say anything more, except nodding? He didn't dare to say anything more. Wu Xiong had already been provoked by Yang Chen's words just now. Even if he was a senior alchemist, would a master of the Dacheng stage who was about to ascend really care about him? In the future, if he wanted to clean up Yang Chen, there would be plenty of opportunities. Why would he find trouble for himself at this juncture? However, what Senior Hellion said actually makes sense. Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth again, scaring He Lianyun. Hearing that he agreed with himself, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what Yang Chen was going to do. Since several seniors don't trust this younger generation junior, it is better to do this. This younger generation junior will make a fool of himself and show everyone a little thing about controlling the fire. Yang Chen smiled and looked at the several alchemists, then said, if Senior Hellion can do the same, I will give you the Earth Core fire, how about it? Chapter 146. Several people's eyes were all staring at Yang Chen's face. Was this junior really a fool? He Lianyun was almost submissive just now, but he still said this kind of words at this juncture. He Lianyun's face immediately showed anger. A junior in the Qi condensation stage, with a little bit of luck, collected the core fire. He actually didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and still wanted to challenge the authority of a nascent soul stage master. Did he really not know how to write the word death? Or did he think that a junior in the Qi condensation stage could do something that a nascent soul stage master couldn't? Since you are courting death, then I can't not accept it. Elder Wu, this junior is not arrogant. Elder Wu, please make a decision, He Lianyun said with a livid face, but his eyes were looking at Wu Xiong. Yang Chen had just used Wu Xiong to ruthlessly sweep his face, and now he actually dared to provoke him. He was a nascent soul stage master, he couldn't lose his prestige in front of a junior in the Qi condensation stage. Yang Chen, refining the heaven-seizing pill is more important. Wu Xiong also frowned and couldn't help but remind Yang Chen, young people also need to know when to stop. The latter sentence was already very heavy. Elder Wu, refining the heaven-seizing pill requires everyone to cooperate sincerely and work together. And the most important thing is to make the best use of people. If the seniors don't know what this junior can do, they probably won't be able to start when assigning tasks. This junior just wants the seniors to understand a little more. With Yang Chen's persistence, even Wu Xiong couldn't stop it. Moreover, Yang Chen even found a reasonable reason for this behavior, so there was no way to stop it. He brought Yang Chen here already made the three alchemists unhappy. At this moment, if he still wanted to stop it, it would be purely making things difficult for the three alchemists. You're on your own. The heaven-seizing pill was more important, so Wu Xiong could only nod. But he really couldn't understand why Yang Chen did this. At this time, Yang Chen also smiled bitterly in his heart. He Lianyun's personality was the same as his alchemy level. Both were well known. Yang Chen had already heard of him in his previous life. His words had greatly offended him. He believed that as long as the refining of the heaven-seizing pill was completed, no matter the success or failure, he would be chased by him. It was better to use Wu Xiong's power to solve it face to face. Otherwise, he would never have a peaceful day in the future. Offending a high-level nascent soul stage alchemist was no different from offending the Taishanman in his previous life. He Lianyun looked at Yang Chen with an evil grin. In his eyes, or perhaps in the hearts of the crowd, Yang Chen was already bound to lose. After losing the core fire, Yang Chen no longer had any reason to stay here. Even if he couldn't kill Yang Chen now, he could still find trouble with him in the future. But now, he could vent his anger. Senior, if I lose, I will have to hand over the core fire. Yang Chen turned to He Lianyun and asked with a smile, I don't know what Senior will use as a bet if he loses. Senior, you are a nascent soul stage master, surely you won't go back on your words with this junior. I will lose. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? He Lianyun was furious. As an alchemist, he was also an expert in controlling fire. How could he lose to Yang Chen, a junior in the Qi refining stage in controlling fire? But in front of several nascent soul stage alchemists and Wu Xiong, he couldn't say this directly. It would seem that he was narrow-minded. Even though this was something that everyone had a tacit understanding of, it was not something that could be said out loud. However, what Yang Chen said was also reasonable. Since it was a bet between the two sides, it was really unfair for only one party to take out a bet. What do you want? He Lianyun was so angry that he laughed. His whole person had calmed down. As an alchemist, in addition to the means of controlling fire to refine pills, he also had to be calm, especially at some critical moments when refining pills. This was also an essential quality. If I lose, I will have to take out the fire seed. Then, Senior will naturally use the fire seed. How about it? Yang Chen blurted out his request, then looked straight at He Lianyun. You want to use the core fire to bet against my true fire of the sun? Hearing this request, He Lianyun was furious. Although the core fire was the most suitable fire seed for alchemy in the mortal world, the true fire of the sun in his body was at least 2 levels higher than the core fire. This bet was simply unfair. I will use the chi refining stage to bet against Senior's nascent soul stage. Could it be that Senior has already admitted defeat in his heart? Yang Chen didn't back down because of He Lianyun's anger. With such a big difference in cultivation, his chances of winning were already very small. This sentence was meant to provoke He Lianyun into taking the bait. In Yang Chen's previous life, the fire seed he collected was the true fire of the sun. However, that time, it was a narrow escape from death. It just so happened that He Lianyun had the true fire of the sun. How could Yang Chen let go of such an opportunity? Since he had already offended He Lianyun, he might as well offend him to the end. Anyway, no matter what he did, he would be hunted down afterwards. Yang Chen, of course, wanted to get more benefits first. Good. Provoked by Yang Chen's words, He Lianyun's anger could no longer be suppressed. He repeatedly said the word good 3 times, then gnashed his teeth and said, sure enough, heroes come from the youth. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. No matter what your cultivation is, this old man admires your courage. After that, He Lianyun was shocked again, and a bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. Since you are in a good mood, how can this old man be a disappointment? Okay, let's bet on the fire seed. After that, He Lianyun turned to Wu Xiong and said, Elder Wu, this is not a junior taking advantage of his seniority, but this junior is forcing me. Please be a witness, Elder Wu. Not only Wu Xiong, but even Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and Fan Shan of the Imperial Beast Sect didn't know what was wrong with Yang Chen. But now that the words had come to this, they didn't even have a chance to stop it and give both sides a way out. When Wu Xiong was in a dilemma, Yang Chen also turned to Wu Xiong and said, Elder Wu, this junior asks the senior to be a witness. Knowing that this matter was irreversible, Wu Xiong could only nod, but he still added, no matter what, this bet can only be cashed after the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. The refining can't be delayed. He invited everyone here to refine the heaven-seizing pill, not to let one of the 2 alchemists lose his fire seed before the refining began. We will follow Elder Wu's instructions. Yang Chen and He Lianyun both cupped their hands. Wu Xiong's words were already the biggest concession. Both of them were clear about this, so naturally there would be no objections. Junior, I don't believe that you can play any tricks with the Imperial Fire technique. He Lianyun looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. I will wait for you to offer the Earth Core Fire. Chapter 147. Yang Chen walked directly to the open space in the middle without any stage fright. The others sat in their respective positions on the edge, waiting to see what method Yang Chen was going to use to control the fire. As a matter of fact, Wu Xiong was no longer just worried. He was even more puzzled. Yang Chen communicated with him along the way. He didn't think that Yang Chen was a person who didn't know when to advance or retreat, but he was so abnormal here, it was really puzzling. He really couldn't understand, where did Yang Chen, a junior in the chi refining stage, get the confidence to dare to challenge a master in the nascent soul stage? Similarly confused were the other 3, Zhu Peng, Deng Ye and Fan Shan. Zhu Peng and Deng Ye were both alchemy masters, cultivators of the fire attribute, and also in the nascent soul stage. Putting themselves in his shoes, of course, they could roughly estimate the means of He Lianyun's fire control. They really couldn't think of any chance for Yang Chen to win. As for Fan Shan, although he was a member of the Imperial Beast Sect, he was not ignorant of the fire attribute. The gap between the chi refining stage and the nascent soul stage was an insurmountable gap. Even if Yang Chen's fire control method was exquisite, Helian Yun could make up for this gap by relying on his super strong cultivation base. It must be known that the two of them didn't restrict Helian Yun's cultivation base just now. This was also one of Helian Yun's calmness. Even if his heart was filled with anger, he still cautiously left a way for himself to cheat. This point, Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and Fan Shan also knew, but none of them reminded Yang Chen. In the end, Yang Chen was just a junior in the chi refining stage. It was not worth it for them to fall out with a nascent soul stage alchemy master because of him. Everyone was waiting to see Yang Chen's performance, and Yang Chen didn't let everyone wait long. Walking to the center of the field, Yang Chen stood still. After a while, he raised his hands and hugged them in front of his chest. Then, a trace of flame emerged from between his hands. A dark red flame. Everyone present was a sharp-eyed person. Everyone could tell at a glance that Yang Chen's flame was indeed the core flame. There was nothing fake about it. Furthermore, Yang Chen's cultivation level had been probed several times by everyone's divine sense, and all of them had shown that he was at the chi refining stage. It was impossible for him to be an expert in disguise. Currently, what Yang Chen was displaying was also only the cultivation level of the chi refining realm. He hadn't surpassed it at all. However, the more it was like this, the more curious they became. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. That was not enough. They used their divine senses to observe the battlefield, afraid that they would miss something. The dark red flames formed a complete ring, and then began to outline a somewhat strange pattern. This move was not surprising to the crowd. In fact, it was quite ordinary. On Helian Yun's face, there was already a smug smile. It seemed that the core flame was already at his fingertips. Of course, Yang Chen's performance was not over. The flame in front of him seemed to have turned into a brush, accurately outlining a strange pattern. For the time being, no one could tell what the diagram was. However, the thin flame was of equal thickness at the front and back. Moreover, it was still condensed into a thread, without the slightest bit of breaking. Just this alone was enough to make everyone cheer. All the masters present were Yuanying stage masters, especially the three alchemists. It was not difficult for them to do this. However, Yang Chen, who performed in the middle, was a junior in the chi refining stage, which was really commendable. They were all knowledgeable people. Naturally, they understood that even if it was a Jedan stage master, it was not so easy to do this. Seeing this, everyone basically understood why Wu Xiong would bring Yang Chen. With this precise control of the flame, coupled with his core flame, it was definitely possible to improve the quality of all the medicinal materials for the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. If the quality of all the medicinal materials was improved by a grade, it was believed that the success rate of the refining would also be greatly enhanced. Wu Xiong's original intention of bringing Yang Chen over was precisely this. Now everyone has understood Wu Xiong's meaning, but everyone's contempt before, coupled with Helian Yun's words, forced Yang Chen into a corner, and he had to fight back. Being able to increase the success rate of refining the heaven-seizing pill, whether it was Wu Xiong or a few others, they were happy to see it. If the refining of the heaven-seizing pill was successful, not only would Wu Xiong get benefits, but those who participated would also have endless fame and the opportunity to refine the heaven-seizing pill again when they ascend in the future. But at the moment, everyone was made to do by Helian Yun. Everyone didn't know what to do. Even if everyone ended peacefully in front of them, who could guarantee that Yang Chen would do his best to help? The big characters had their own uses, and the small characters also had their own uses. Although everyone's grade was high, in terms of refining medicinal materials, Yang Chen, who had the earth fire, was the most powerful. Helian Yun didn't think so. He just looked at Yang Chen coldly and made a contemptuous snort from time to time. Everything that Yang Chen performed, he could easily do it. Wasn't it just the ability to control the flame? This kind of insignificant skill also dared to show off in front of a nascent soul stage fire cultivator. Yang Chen didn't seem to feel the changes in everyone's mood at all. He just focused on controlling the flame in front of him. The range of the flame was very small, which was also related to Yang Chen's cultivation base. However, the smaller the range, the more it tested Yang Chen's control of the fire. Everyone understood this. The pattern was getting more and more complex, and even it was so dense that it was almost impossible to see what the pattern was. Everyone's eyes could only see a dark red all over. Only through spiritual awareness, it could be found that Yang Chen had drawn a clear strange pattern on the disc with a flame as thin as a silk thread. The pattern was very regular, like some kind of array, but it was not complete yet. No one could tell what it was. Everyone's curiosity was also getting higher and higher, and their expectations were getting stronger and stronger. Daring to bet with a nascent soul-stage alchemist, I'm afraid it was not as simple as a pattern, right? Yang Chen's face had already appeared beads of sweat. Obviously, this control was also very exhausting. There was no way, he was now only at the qi refining stage and had not reached the realm of communicating with heaven and earth. Many things were more difficult to use, this was a fact that could not be changed. No matter how strong Yang Chen's spiritual sense was, it was impossible to change this. Finally, Yang Chen's flame reached a peak, and the entire dark red pattern was completed. Yang Chen let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face. Is this it? You dare to do it in front of me? Helian Yun's words were only half spoken, as if he had suddenly seen a ghost. He stared at the pattern between Yang Chen's hands, dumbfounded, and could no longer speak. Chapter 148. Not only He Lianyun, but even Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and Fan Shan, who were watching from the sidelines, all had such an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Wu Xiong stared at Yang Chen's hands, his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't believe his eyes. Not only could he not believe his own eyes, but he also could not believe his own spiritual awareness. How was this possible? Was that something that a junior in the qi refining stage could do? Using a little exaggeration to say, is this King human being able to do it? The flame pattern between Yang Chen's hands had turned light blue at this moment, and a spiritual power began to gather around it. The people present were all masters. What was the spiritual power that was gathered? Everyone could understand it with a sweep of their spiritual awareness. It was the spiritual power of the water attribute. Wu Xiong's Darching stage master was in his own manner, and it was not surprising that the spiritual power of the 5 elements was abundant. The pattern in Yang Chen's hands, everyone also understood what it was at this moment. It was a spirit-gathering array, a low-level array that gathered water attribute spiritual power. None of the people present were water attribute cultivators, nor were they array cultivators. At first glance, when they saw the incomplete low-level array, it was also a very natural thing to not recognize it. The flame was a low-level geocentric fire, the array was a low-level spirit-gathering array, and the gathered spiritual power was not very powerful. It was just the water attribute spiritual power in a small area around it. At most, the effect of the array could only cover this small site. However, no one dared to laugh at the power of this array, and no one dared to laugh at Yang Chen's fire-controlling means. Using the flames of the earth flame, he forcibly drew out a water attribute spirit-gathering array. Moreover, he set up the array in the air. He did not use any materials at all. He only relied on the flames in his hands to do it. Was he still an alchemist? The most terrifying thing was that Yang Chen actually used the flame to arrange the water attribute array. The 2 attributes of the 5 elements, which were completely restrained, were perfectly unified at this moment. This kind of method, let alone seeing it with their own eyes, they had never even heard of it. They didn't dare, they didn't believe it, it was incredible. At this moment, whether it was the master of the Yuanying stage or the master of the Darching stage, whether it was the alchemist master or the beast tamer, all of them had the same expression. He could actually play with fire to such an extent, and could actually play with water to such an extent. Which formation master didn't rely on high-level materials, high-level formation diagrams, and super strong spiritual power to arrange a high-level formation? Even if it was a low-level spirit-gathering array, it would still require some water attribute materials, right? Using spiritual power to arrange a diagram out of thin air was already shocking enough, but using flames to arrange a water-attributed spirit-gathering array, this completely subverted everyone's understanding of the 5 elements. Was this really something a human could do? They were all experts, so there was no need for Yang Chen to remind them. Everyone would certainly use their spiritual consciousness to thoroughly explore this spirit-gathering array from the inside out. That's right, this array was completely made up of flames. This couldn't be hidden from anyone. Other than flames, no other means were used. Although everyone could see that Yang Chen had all 5 elements of spiritual power in his body, who didn't? Unless it was the kind of person with the full value of the 5 elements spirit roots, otherwise, which one in the world didn't have all 5 elements? It was just that some people's spiritual power was mainly occupied by a certain attribute. Yang Chen was no exception, a fire cultivator. But it was Yang Chen's flame that constructed a complete water attribute spirit gathering array and had begun to condense the surrounding water attribute spiritual power. This point, everyone's spiritual consciousness exploration was clear and thorough. Yang Chen in front of 4 masters of the Yuanying stage and a master of the Daching stage, there was no possibility of cheating. Water and fire were incompatible. This was the truth that had been passed down for many generations, and now it collapsed in front of everyone. A few people were horrified, and when they looked at each other, they found that the other party had also lost their composure like themselves. It seemed that the frog at the bottom of the well was not the only one, and a few people's hearts were more or less a little better. But then, several alchemy masters began to get excited. Fire could be played like this. Wasn't this the direction of their future struggle? Although Fan Shan and Elder Wu of the Imperial Beast sect were not fire cultivators, they also had the 5 elements spirit roots. If fire could be played like this, of course, other attributes could also be played like this. Everyone was equally excited. The only one who was left with only fear was He Lianyun. When the water attribute spirit gathering array constructed by the flame in Yang Chen's hand began to condense spiritual power, he was already dumbfounded in place, stunned, and no longer able to speak. Although He Lianyun's cultivation base was high, and the grade of alchemy was already at the 3rd level, he dared not say that his fire of desire method was superb, but he dared to say that it was at the peak. Otherwise, he would not become a senior alchemy master. However, this move of Yang Chen, he didn't even dare to think about it, let alone do it. Even if he used the strength of the Yuanying stage and used the huge gap in strength to make up for the lack of fire controlling methods, He Lianyun didn't dare to say that he could blend water and fire. He couldn't understand the key to it even if he was beaten to death, let alone doing it again according to Yang Chen's means. However, he had already boasted before that he would gamble with Yang Chen's fire seed. In this way, wasn't the sun true fire that he had spent countless efforts and used countless medicinal pills to exchange for, and it took him hundreds of years to refine, was just given to Yang Chen, a junior in the qi refining stage? It was no exaggeration to say that a high-level fire seed was simply the lifeblood of a fire cultivator. Yang Chen's move was almost peeling off He Lianyun's skin and drawing blood from his heart. It was even worse than this. As soon as the sun true fire was handed over, He Lianyun could almost be sure that he would immediately lose his nascent soul, and his realm would directly fall back to the Jedan stage, or even lower. His Yuanying stage was promoted after refining the sun true fire. If he handed it over, it was simply the same as directly abolishing his cultivation base. However, the words were still ringing in his ears, and it was Elder Wu Xiong, who was invited at the same time as Yang Chen, as a witness. Did He Lianyun dare to renege on his debt in front of Elder Wu Xiong? Did he really have to hand over the sun true fire? Without the sun true fire, could his Yuanying stage and alchemy master still be preserved without the sun true fire? Under the panic, He Lianyun's eyes for help had turned to Zhu Peng and Deng Ye. As long as the two of them spoke, Wu Xiong would definitely not risk offending 3 senior alchemists at the same time to force him to hand over the sun true fire. Although he would have a reputation of breaking his promise, at least he could still retain his current status and cultivation base. What made He Lianyun desperate was that the 2 alchemists he asked for help didn't seem to notice his gaze. They just looked at Yang Chen over there without blinking. He Lianyun's heart sank directly to the bottom. Chapter 149. According to Yang Chen's appearance, it was not too difficult to draw a picture in the air with flames. The difficult thing was to form the array, and the array had to play a role, especially the fire to construct a water attribute array. Even if the people present added up, they couldn't figure out how to do it. Yang Chen knew very well that it was impossible to know the mystery of this, including Wu Xiong. Of course, he would not tell everyone that this was something that everyone would start to ponder after ascending and entering the spiritual world. The other party was a Yuanying stage master, and ordinary fire-controlling means could not suppress these arrogant guys. Yang Chen certainly had to use something special. The flame array was the simplest of them, and it was what Yang Chen could do now, so he used it directly. It seemed that the effect was good, at least the eyes of the 5 people here had become a kind of monster. Yang Chen's purpose had been achieved. The sun's true fire was in hand, and in the process of refining the heaven-seizing pill, Yang Chen also had the capital to speak. If according to the normal procedure, even if these people accepted Yang Chen to join them, they would not have any special treatment for him. At most, they would look at Wu Xiong's face and treat him as a dispensable assistant. After this performance, no one dared to point fingers at him on the fire controlling. Yang Chen in the middle separated his hands, and the blue spirit gathering array suddenly dispersed and turned into a dark red flame that was as thin as a silk thread. One end was connected to Yang Chen's right hand, and the other end was scattered in the air. The spirit gathering array suddenly failed, and the gathered spiritual energy also exploded around Yang Chen, bursting out a blue light. Yang Chen's right hand shook, and the zigzag flame silk was like being shaken off, and it suddenly spread out from a tangle and became a very agile one. Then, Yang Chen's right hand turned slightly a few times, and the flame in his hand was like a whip, beginning to wrap around Yang Chen's hand. Finally, Yang Chen slowly put the flame that had been wrapped into a group into his body and looked up at the crowd. His ability to control fire was like a real object, and it attracted everyone's attention once again. However, compared to the stunning flame array from before, this move was much easier. Relying on the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, the few alchemists present should be able to barely do it, but if they wanted to reduce their cultivation to the level of Yang Chen, it was absolutely impossible. Senior Hellion, I'm done. Senior, please. Smiling at He Lianyun, Yang Chen made an inviting gesture, then he moved away from the middle position and walked to Wu Xiong's side. This Hellion Yun was narrow-minded, but he had to guard against him. Standing by Wu Xiong's side was the safest method. Hellion Yun's face was gloomy. At this moment, it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. He stood where he was, as if he was deep in thought. A few people at the side looked at him with pity in their eyes. A high-level alchemist in the nascent soul stage was actually forced into a corner by a young man in the chi refining stage. They really didn't know what to say. With the performance of Yang Chen, his image in the minds of several people had also changed greatly. At least in the hearts of several people, they had subconsciously called him from a junior in the chi refining stage to a young man in the chi refining stage. Especially Zhu Peng and Deng Yia, looking at the current Hellion Yun, they even had a feeling of sympathy. In addition to pity, there was also lingering fear. If the two of them had jumped out to do something to Yang Chen, maybe Yang Chen's challenge would have brought them along. Then the one who would be embarrassed now would not only be Hellion Yun. But no one stood up to say anything. It was Hellion Yun himself who proposed to take Yang Chen's earth fire. When he said it at the time, he did not care about the face of Wu Xiong as the master. Naturally, at this time, Wu Xiong would not stand up to speak for him, especially when Wu Xiong was still an arbitrator. Everyone stared at Hellion Yun, but Hellion Yun just stood there, not saying anything and not moving, as if he was thinking about something. Everyone knew what he was thinking. In fact, from the beginning of Yang Chen's battle, everyone was thinking about whether they could do this and how to do it if they were replaced. Hellion Yun must be thinking about how to do it, so no one would disturb him. However, this process could not be too long. Otherwise, they could wait for decades or even centuries for Hellion Yun to think of a way. Yang Chen would not allow him to do this, and Wu Xiong, as an arbitrator, would not be biased. He could only blame Hellion Yun himself. Finally, after a moment, Hellion Yun also walked to the middle and stretched out his hands. Just like Yang Chen, a flame appeared in his palms and began to construct a pattern. However, compared to Yang Chen, his flame was really a bit unfamiliar. After all, it was his first time doing it. He had never thought about being able to control fire like this before. Fortunately, with his nascent soul stage cultivation base, he could barely control the flame under the control of his powerful spiritual awareness. The array diagram was different from Yang Chen's, but it was also a low-level water attribute array that he knew. Anyway, everyone was a knowledgeable person. As long as he could activate the array, even if he won the bet, he had to try it anyway. In any case, as a nascent soul stage master and a high-level alchemist, it was not Helion Yun's style to admit defeat without even making a move. He was even lucky enough to think that as long as he could complete the array diagram, he could easily activate the array like Yang Chen. Unfortunately, things turned out contrary to his wishes. Without a real understanding of the 5 elements, without a real understanding of the array, and without a real control of the flame to the extreme, it was impossible to do what Yang Chen did. At this point, no matter how lucky he was, it was impossible for a miracle to happen here with Helion Yun. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Helion Yun's array diagram was completed several times, but no matter how hard he tried, the array could never be activated. After trying several times, Helion Yun's face finally showed a deathly grey color. He lost. A dignified nascent soul stage master, a third-grade alchemist, was actually defeated by a junior in the Qi refining stage. How could the proud Helion Yun endure this? When did he, Helion Yun, suffer such an insult in front of others? Although he was angry in his heart, in front of Wu Xiong, Helion Yun did not dare to lose his temper at all. He did not even dare to mention breaking the contract. At this time, Helion Yun began to regret why he jumped out and had such an attitude towards Yang Chen. Now it was too late to say anything, he could only take one step at a time. Perhaps, refining the heaven-seizing pill with all his strength was the best opportunity. As long as he could make Wu Xiong happy, he would change the bet to something else. As long as he did not deprive himself of the sun's true fire, Helion Yun could agree to any conditions now. Chapter 150. I've lost. In front of Wu Xiong, Helion Yun didn't think about getting lucky. He could only say this sentence of admitting defeat dejectedly. Taking the initiative to admit defeat at this time was much better than being judged impolitely. At least it could leave a good impression on Wu Xiong. Violent resistance. This idea flashed in Helion Yun's mind before it was given up. What a joke! Wu Xiong could kill Helion Yun in the nascent soul stage dozens of times with one hand. In the end, Helion Yun was still a person who cherished his life and was afraid of death. Even if the sun true fire was precious and the cultivation base was important, compared with his own life, Helion Yun was still willing to give it up. As long as his alchemy skills were still there would always be a chance to find or exchange for a fire seed. As for Yang Chen, after Wu Xiong ascended, who could still protect him? At that time, he could think of how to deal with Yang Chen, maybe he could even get back his sun true fire. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. The sun true fire is mine. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. I'll leave it with you first. Helion Yun's attitude made Yang Chen see through Helion Yun's character. Since he was timid and cherished his life, he would never be willing to die with a disciple in the Qi refining stage for the sun true fire. As long as Helion Yun dared to attack him during the refining of the heaven-seizing pill, he couldn't escape from Wu Xiong. With this guarantee, Yang Chen could participate in the refining of the heaven-seizing pill with confidence. As for the future, that was a matter for the future. Helion Yun without the sun true fire and Yang Chen after absorbing the sun true fire, even if there was a gap in the realm, Helion Yun would not dare to make a move in the territory of Chunyang Palace. Anyway, after returning from the immortal falling abyss this time, Yang Chen would definitely return to Chunyang Palace to be apprenticed. At that time, Chunyang Palace would definitely protect this genius alchemist to death. This small episode made everyone no longer dare to despise Yang Chen. Now that the people invited by Wu Xiong were in place, the next step was the lengthy preparation process. All the materials had been prepared by Wu Xiong through various means. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Unfortunately, the pill recipe in Wu Xiong's hands was obtained from the descendants of senior Xiong Shi, who had refined the heaven-seizing pill in the past. The pill recipe was not complete. It only listed the required materials, and the refining technique was only recorded in the early stages. The final stage was not mentioned at all. Everything needed to be discussed and tested. The reason why 3 high-level alchemists were gathered was because of this. There were so many materials that 95% of the cultivators in the mortal world would be shocked. It seemed that except for Wu Xiong, a master of the darching stage, it was impossible for other people to collect so many materials. Just the early stage of refining would take at least a few years. Even if it was divided to 3 high-level alchemists to do it, it would still take 3 to 4 years. The heaven-seizing pill was completely different from those low-level medicinal pills. In Yang Chen's view, this heaven-seizing pill was simply a combination of dozens of top-level medicinal pills, and it also required a powerful monster's primordial spirit as a pill spirit to be successfully refined. The top-level medicinal pills that needed to be refined first were enough to test all the alchemists present, not to mention the final stage of the pill spirit fusion process. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was simply impossible. Dozens of medicinal pills, all kinds of 5 elements, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, wanting to fuse them together, even in the eyes of these Yuanying stage alchemists, was a very difficult thing. This was also why Yang Chen's move would give Yang Chen the right to speak. The categorized materials alone took up a storage room the size of 2 squares, and this did not include the corpses of the gigantic demonic beasts. With so many materials, it would take at least half a year to refine and purify them. Now, all the work of refining and purifying the medicinal materials were all placed on Yang Chen. His earth core fire was the most suitable flame for refining medicinal materials, and the previous performance of Yang Chen also made everyone recognize his excellence in controlling the flame. Refining and purifying medicinal materials was his. As long as the most basic materials could be upgraded by 1 level, then the possibility of the final refining success could be greatly improved. No one would deny this. Several people's attitude towards Yang Chen was a lot more polite. Everyone lived in the manner of Elder Wu. When several Yuanying stage alchemists and Elder Wu discussed how to carry out the final steps, Yang Chen began the refining of all the medicinal materials. This time, Yang Chen was no longer bare-handed, but used the profound spirit furnace. As soon as the profound spirit furnace was taken out, several people were a little surprised. Of course, the surprise was not the grade of the profound spirit furnace, but the fact that the profound spirit furnace was actually a magic weapon. Although the profound spirit furnace would be famous in the heavenly court in the future, now it was just a low-level pill furnace, and it was far from being coveted by several Yuanying stage masters. Yang Chen was only at the peak of the qi refining stage, but he could refine and use magic weapons, and there was no sign of difficulty. This was what surprised these masters. However, the surprise was the surprise. No one said anything about it. In this world, the cultivation geniuses were like fish crossing the river. There were countless. There was no more Yang Chen, there was no less Yang Chen, it was common. The refined medicinal materials would be carefully placed in the most suitable container, and then carefully placed on the other side of the square. After the start of the refining, Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and Helian Yun would often come here to check the refining of the medicinal materials. However, every time they nodded silently. The medicinal materials that Yang Chen refined and purified were almost perfect, and the impurities in the medicinal materials were removed, leaving only the essence. The 3 Yuanying stage alchemists also had to admire it. Even if they did it, they might not be able to do better than Yang Chen, and it was even possible that they could not compare to Yang Chen. When Helian Yun looked at Yang Chen, he did not seem to have any strange eyes, and he was also doing his best in the discussion, and he could not see any dissatisfaction in his performance. However, every time they looked at the medicinal herbs that had been refined, there would always be a trace of hostility in their eyes. It was just that no one noticed it. In half a year, Yang Chen had refined all the medicinal materials that could be refined, and the remaining ones that needed to be used immediately after refining on the spot, such as the best quality emerald jade ganoderma, were all kept, waiting for the final use. And the 3 Yuanying stage alchemists, after discussing no less than thousands of plans, finally summed up almost 10 methods, which one to use. They needed to adapt to the situation. Everything was ready, just waiting to start refining. Chapter 151. When the refining began, there was basically nothing to do with Yang Chen for the time being. His strength was really too low. Even the scattered pills of the heaven-seizing pill were not something that he could refine with his current realm. He could only watch others do it. Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and He Lianyun could be invited by Elder Wu Xiong, and they were not people with undeserved reputations. In addition to He Lianyun's small discourtesy in the gambling match with Yang Chen, these people had their own merits in alchemy, and any one of them could be considered a tyrant. Although Yang Chen could be said to be at the peak of fire control, he did not study too much in alchemy in his previous life. He was just the most ordinary alchemist in the heavenly court. Firstly, there was no good magic weapon pill furnace in his hand. Secondly, there was no good opportunity to hide. He had only seen many strong alchemists in the heavenly court and exchanged a lot of experience, but he had never practiced it. Now he had the opportunity to observe the alchemy process of these high-level alchemists at such a close distance. With Yang Chen's experience in his previous life and his understanding of the Old Lord Pill scripture, Yang Chen knew what was going on at a glance. These alchemists were worthy of being the most powerful alchemists in the mortal world at present. Each of them had their own unique ideas, and the techniques they used were also different, which made Yang Chen's eyes open. Although there were many changes in the techniques, they were all the same. Yang Chen now finally discovered the power of the Old Lord Pill scripture. The techniques of the three people and the methods of processing medicinal materials could almost be found in the Old Lord Pill scripture. Moreover, the techniques of the Old Lord Pill scripture were more reasonable and effective than the three of them. Despite this, Yang Chen was not surprised at all. If the Old Lord Pill scripture was not strong enough, what kind of alchemy technique could be called strong? It was almost the absolute boss of the alchemists in the world. Unfortunately, the Old Lord Pill scripture only had the methods of processing various medicinal materials, alchemy techniques, pulling the pills and other methods, but there was no pill recipe. Otherwise, as long as one had the recipe for the 9 Revolutions golden pill and gathered all the ingredients, a single pill would be enough for one to ascend to the heavens. Refining pills was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Yang Chen also chatted a lot with Fan Shan, who was temporarily free. Fan Shan's main purpose this time was to help everyone refine the demon beast's origin spirit. To put it bluntly, a demon beast's primordial spirit was a demon beast's primordial spirit equivalent to a cultivator's nascent soul stage. The more powerful the demon beast used, the higher the success rate of refining the heaven-seizing pill. The monster was captured by Wu Xiong himself. The monster above the Yuanying realm was almost a step away from ascending into the spiritual world. If one wanted to capture it without hurting the original spirit, except for Wu Xiong who was about to ascend in the Darching stage, no one else could help. However, after capturing it, Fan Shan would have to do the work. It seemed that only the people from the school of imperial beasts were the most professional at forcing a demonic beast to separate its origin spirit. Of course, Fan Shan and Yang Chen would not talk about beast taming. Yang Chen, a small disciple in the qi refining stage, was not qualified to discuss this with him. What he was interested in was Yang Chen's fire control skills. Almost everyone had the 5 elements, and Yang Chen was able to reach this level in the qi refining stage. In the eyes of anyone, it was certain that Yang Chen must have a unique secret cultivation method. Unfortunately, no matter how Fan Shan probed and how he promised benefits, Yang Chen did not say his own cultivation method. This was within Fan Shan's expectations. If someone else had asked him about his animal taming technique, he would not have told them about it. With Wu Xiong here, no one could do anything to Yang Chen. Everyone just maintained such a friendly relationship. Later, Fan Shan completely did not have the idea of getting the secret cultivation method from Yang Chen's mouth, and wholeheartedly made friends with Yang Chen. Fan Shan was able to reach the Yuanying stage. Naturally, he was not a fool. A disciple in the qi refining stage could have such a performance. In the next few decades or even hundreds or thousands of years, there would be a golden chair for Yang Chen among the alchemists. At this time, if he did not make friends with a promising alchemist master, he would really be a fool. Fan Shan deliberately made friends, and Yang Chen also intended to find a strong support for himself in the cultivation world. The two almost hit it off and talked in detail. In addition to the matters of cultivation, Fan Shan almost taught everything he knew. From eating, drinking, and playing to magic weapon materials, Fan Shan almost told Yang Chen everything he knew. Wu Xiong has been paying attention to the progress of the refining. The early refining was not too complicated. With the level of the third-grade alchemist master, coupled with the records of the early stages of the pill recipe, the scattered separated pills were all completed in less than a year. Except for a few pills with higher requirements, after the first refining failure, the others were completed in one go. Even though these pills were more difficult to refine, they were all completed after a few rounds of refining. Of course, there was more than one set of materials prepared. Each kind had at least several times the required reserves, just in case of emergencies. During the refining process, everyone also noticed Yang Chen's means of refining and purifying medicinal materials. The medicinal materials that were refined and purified by Yang Chen were extremely comfortable to use. The medicinal properties were handled just right, and they had reached the limit of what they could handle. During the refining, they didn't even need to care about whether the efficacy of the medicine would be effective as before. They just needed to focus on the control of the refining process. It was the most comfortable few months of their refining career. What made the few alchemists feel the most comfortable was that every time they wanted to add the medicinal materials, they would find that the medicinal materials that they wanted to add were in the most convenient place for them. Yang Chen had already processed the medicinal materials according to the needs and according to the records of the pill recipe. He had made all the preparations. In the eyes of the three of them, even if he was a servant, he was the servant who made them the most worry-free. Not once was it because of Yang Chen's medicinal materials that led to failure, and not once was it because of Yang Chen's improper preparation. The only few failures were not because of the fire, or because of the wrong control method, or the pill itself was very difficult and the success rate was relatively low. It had nothing to do with Yang Chen. While helping a few people to prepare these medicinal materials, Yang Chen also observed their refining methods. Perhaps the three alchemists thought that if they did not explain, others would not be able to learn anything from their refining process, so they were confident and bold and never guarded against it, which let Yang Chen pick up a big bargain. Everyone's unique method and refining process were studied thoroughly by Yang Chen. Learning from others secretly had never been so open and aboveboard like this time. In front of these three alchemists, he had learned their refining methods cleanly and even made better improvements. Unfortunately, no one would know. Chapter 152. From refining and purifying the medicinal materials to the completion of the basic refining of the medicinal pills, it has been more than a year. In this more than a year, Yang Chen, in addition to verifying the techniques of the elderly Lord Pill scripture under the hands of several senior alchemy masters, the rest of the time, excluding the exchange with Fan Shan, was only cultivation. When absorbing the earth core fire, Yang Chen's fire attribute spirit power directly rushed from the Qi refining 8th layer to the peak of the Qi refining 10th layer. Ordinary cultivators can't wait for their cultivation to improve as quickly as possible. However, the consecutive breakthrough of 2 levels, for Yang Chen, although his cultivation base improved, it was not the kind of improvement he hoped for. The ideal process of improving his cultivation base in Yang Chen's mind was still a step-by-step breakthrough of a small level, accumulating small-level breakthroughs until the realm was improved. The experience of his previous life's cultivation made him know that this was the most secure and the least troublesome way to improve. The rapid improvement of cultivation base seemed to be a rapid improvement, but without a sufficient foundation, it was often not enough to lay the foundation in the later stage. In some key areas, there was no momentum at all, and one would be stuck in the bottleneck period for decades or even hundreds of years. Compared with spending a few years to lay a good foundation in a low realm, the rapid improvement was simply not worth the loss. However, the current situation did not allow him to do this. Yang Chen also fully knew that the improvement of the fire attribute cultivation base brought by the absorption of the fire seed was not something that he could control, so he had to find ways to remedy it. After the rapid improvement, he would immediately stabilize the realm, and then fully consolidate it at this level. This was the best way to reduce the mistakes of future cultivation. Even if it took a little more time, he would try to remedy it. Everything Yang Chen did during this time was to consolidate the existing realm. Refining the medicinal materials of the heaven-seizing pill, this was a rare opportunity for Yang Chen. The medicinal pills that could make a master of the Darching stage ascend, The spiritual power contained in them was something that even Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and He Lianyun, these masters of the Yuanying stage, could not guess, and Yang Chen would naturally absorb some of them in the process of refining. Yang Chen's refining and purifying medicinal materials was not completely undisciplined and random, but according to a certain order, starting from the fire attribute, according to the characteristics of the 5 elements, refining them one by one. It contained all kinds of yin and yang 5 elements of medicinal materials, and it was almost the top medicinal materials in this world, so that Yang Chen completely washed his meridians and body with the medicinal qi of these medicinal materials. Even if it was just the overflow of spiritual power in the refining process of the medicinal qi, it was enough for Yang Chen, a person in the qi refining stage, to fully eliminate some of the physical discomfort and hidden dangers brought about by the continuous improvement of his strength, so that his realm was more stable, and even his spiritual power was more pure. A lot of medicinal qi nourished not only Yang Chen's realm, but also the profound spirit furnace. The more top-level medicinal materials, the more fully nourished the alchemy furnace. Under the influence of these top medicinal materials, the profound spirit furnace also seemed to slowly begin to grow, and the structure of the furnace body had some subtle changes. Although it has not yet reached the point of overall grade improvement, the medicinal pills refined with the profound spirit furnace were definitely 20% better than the quality of the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen before. All the basic medicinal pills have been completed, and the rest is to use various methods to start to integrate these medicinal pills, and Yang Chen's work was to purify the best quality emerald jade ganoderma with lotus. In more than a year, Yang Chen's fire attribute qi refining peak realm has been completely consolidated. Not only that, but the other attributes of the qi refining 8th layer realm, it was also stable and it was time to improve. Refining and purifying the best quality emerald jade ganoderma was Yang Chen's opportunity. As the main ingredient of the heaven seizing pill, the spiritual power contained in the best quality emerald jade ganoderma could be described as massive. It was a precious medicinal material that could directly make a Darching stage master ascend. Even if it was only a little bit of medicinal qi when refining, it was enough for Yang Chen to break through the bottleneck of the qi refining peak and enter the realm of the foundation stage. The 3 alchemists were all racking their brains to think about the final integration of the heaven seizing pill, and no one would pay attention to Yang Chen's side. Although He Lianyun held a grudge in his heart, in front of Wu Xiong, he did not dare to show even a trace of dissatisfaction. Yang Chen was also able to carry out his own plan without interference and under the protection of 4 Yuanying stage masters and a Darching stage master. Although the best quality emerald jade ganoderma only grew in the depths of the jade mine, it belonged to the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures of all the 5 elements, and it was also the key to fusing all the basic medicinal pills. And refining and purifying the best quality emerald jade ganoderma was a relatively important part of all the steps. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's extremely strong ability to control fire before, this task would not be his turn at all. When Wu Xiong showed Yang Chen, he was holding the best quality emerald jade ganoderma in his hand. It seemed easy, but Wu Xiong used at least 30% of his power to seal the emerald jade ganoderma. This kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures already had spirituality. To put it bluntly, if one was not careful, it could directly escape from the hands of people. Even for Wu Xiong, the emerald jade ganoderma had always been with him, and not in the previous place where the medicinal materials were stored. The jade box that was heavily restricted was slowly opened in Wu Xiong's hands, revealing the emerald green emerald jade ganoderma. It seemed that it had already felt its fate. The emerald jade ganoderma, which was supposed to be a dead object, was in turmoil like a frightened animal. However, under the powerful restriction of Wu Xiong, it could only wriggle and deform in a small range, and could not escape at all. Around Yang Chen, Wu Xiong directly arranged at least 3 restrictions, so that even if he couldn't control the emerald jade ganoderma for a while, it would not let the emerald jade ganoderma escape. It must be known that as long as it touched the ground, this emerald jade ganoderma could escape and disappear like a master. Are you sure? Before starting, Wu Xiong still asked Yang Chen a little worriedly. Everyone had a solemn look. Yang Chen certainly would not be arrogant. He nodded slightly and did not answer. However, The flame in the profound spirit furnace had begun to tangle wildly and soon formed a complex array diagram. In the center of the array diagram, a little flame the size of a bean began to emit a little dark red light. Seeing this array diagram, Wu Xiong also showed a look of approval. This was simply a copy of the restriction outside the jade box that he kept the emerald jade Ganoderma. With this foundation, the success rate would not be too low. Several senior alchemists who were watching saw that Yang Chen could even control it in the alchemy furnace like this. Their faces were solemn and they stared at the profound spirit furnace in Yang Chen's hands, for fear of missing anything. Chapter 153. It was not a rare thing to engrave the array in the alchemy furnace. Even Yang Chen, when carrying out the sacrificial refining of the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art, would take the initiative to engrave the Earth Fiend array in the profound spirit furnace to enhance the power of the profound spirit furnace. However, it was the first time that a restriction array was formed inside the furnace body with a flame. Whether it was the three alchemy masters or Elder Wu, it was the first time that they had seen this kind of method. If this kind of method appeared in a Darching stage alchemy master, maybe everyone would not feel strange, they would only admire the alchemy master, but it happened to appear in a disciple of the Qi refining stage, and he was not from a professional alchemy sect, but from Chunyang Palace. The alchemy masters of the Yuanying stage were once again looking at Yang Chen's performance. They wanted to know more, but they couldn't put down the Yuanying stage ancestors' arrogance. They could only widen their eyes and want to see some clues from it. Unfortunately, no matter how they observed with their naked eyes and explored with their spiritual awareness, they could not understand the key, they were still confused. As soon as the best quality emerald jade Zorizir entered the profound spirit furnace, it began to tremble wildly, but it was blocked by Yang Chen's flame restriction, and it could not escape for a while. In a blink of an eye, the bean-sized flame wrapped around the emerald jade Zorizir, rendering the turquoise body into a dark red. This medicinal material was not a trivial matter. With Yang Chen's skill, he could only stop the emerald jade Zorizir for a few breaths. However, these few breaths were enough to cover the profound spirit furnace. When Yang Chen's flame restriction was shattered by the impact of the emerald jade Zorizir, the 6 Earth Fiend arrays inside the profound spirit furnace, which had been sacrificially refined by Yang Chen's Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art, instantly played a role, and the emerald jade Zorizir was firmly controlled in the furnace body, and it was no longer possible to escape. Yang Chen only needed to control the profound spirit furnace, provide the spiritual power needed by the formation, speed up the refining, and there would be no danger of the emerald jade Zorizir escaping. The dark red flame swept the entire emerald jade Zorizir and began to burn slowly. Under the effect of the earth flame, the medicinal energy of the jade Zorizir began to slowly emit a trace. For Yang Chen, this trace of medicinal qi was enough to make up for his need to control the magic treasure, maintain the array, and control the flame. He didn't even need to use the qi nourishing pill to restore his spiritual power. Refining the jadeite Zorizir was not as easy as refining the green jade that Wu Xiong had used for his experiment, which could be completed in an instant. The earth flame was burning fiercely, but the green jade Zorizir seemed to have its own spirit energy protecting itself. No matter how hard Yang Chen tried, he couldn't refine the green jade Zorizir in a short time. However, since the emerald jade Ganoderma had been thrown into the profound spirit furnace, there was no chance to come out. Others might not know what was happening inside, but Yang Chen knew very well. Everyone knew that this wasn't something that could be done overnight, so they were patient enough to wait for Yang Chen. What Yang Chen had to do now was to calmly and slowly consume the power of the best quality emerald jade Zorizir, slowly wear it down, and then refine the body. This was a job that required a lot of patience and control. If one was not patient enough, they might give up halfway. And if there was a problem with the control of the core fire, they might accidentally destroy this precious heavenly treasure. Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't have to worry about the emerald jade Zorizir being able to escape. He had one less thing to worry about, so he could control the flame wholeheartedly to refine it. Patience was something that Yang Chen had never lacked. Even in his previous life, Yang Chen had the experience of forbearance for thousands of years. After dozens of days, Yang Chen felt that the spirit of the emerald jade Zorizir had been resisting and struggling. Unfortunately, After entering the profound spirit furnace, it couldn't get any nourishment and recovery. The remaining spiritual power was also being consumed little by little, and the power of the struggle was getting smaller and smaller. In Yang Chen's calculation, it would take another 2 months to completely refine the spirit of the emerald jade zorizir. During the refining process, Yang Chen relied on absorbing a little bit of the medicinal qi that escaped from the edge, and he had always maintained a state of abundant spiritual power. This was not unexpected at all. Everyone knew the preciousness of the best quality emerald jade zorizir. Everyone looked at Yang Chen and seemed to be envious that he could be nourished by the medicinal qi of the emerald jade zorizir when he was in the qi refining stage. Everyone knew that the earlier they were influenced by this top-quality treasure, the better it would be for their future development. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Under the continuous suffering of Yang Chen's earth flame, the best quality emerald jade zorizir finally stopped struggling and there was no longer a trace of trembling. It lay quietly in the furnace of the profound spirit furnace, motionless. An indescribable huge spiritual power directly rushed through the profound spirit furnace and entered the body of Yang Chen. After being nourished by the life essence of countless immortals, there was a little change at this moment. The flesh and blood turned over, and it seemed that there was a mysterious ability all of a sudden. There was a sense of vitality, as if no matter how heavy the injury was, as long as the body did not die immediately, there was a possibility of recovery. It was purely a feeling, he had not practiced it, but Yang Chen was convinced that he had this vitality. It seemed that he had refined the best quality emerald jade zorizir and absorbed it into his body. No wonder Helian Yun was not willing to let Yang Chen refine and purify the medicine. It may be that he knew that refining and purifying would have such benefits. Yang Chen did not refine many pills in his previous life. He was not very familiar with the medicinal properties of this best quality emerald jade zorizir. He thought that it could only get a breakthrough in spiritual power. Now he understood the huge benefits contained in it. The spiritual power that rushed into the body, in addition to bringing this feeling of vitality, began to frantically improve Yang Chen's spiritual power. It has been refined by the profound spirit furnace for a few months. There were almost no impurities in the spiritual power. It directly drove the yin and yang 5-element spirit power in Yang Chen's body to circulate wildly. Even if Yang Chen used the yin and yang 5 elements to refine this spiritual power again, there was still a steady stream of spiritual power that began to rush into Yang Chen's body. The spiritual power contained in the emerald jade zorizir began to be released little by little. Just the beginning of refining the spirit was enough for Yang Chen to benefit for a lifetime. Yang Chen has been recuperating his body and preparing for the impact of the foundation stage. Now it was finally the time for the sprint. With this huge medicinal power, the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body began to rise wildly, and at the same time, it began to slowly overflow, vaguely beginning to communicate with the spiritual power of the outside world. The thick spiritual power in the manna and the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body began to merge, and gradually there was a posture of blending into one. In front of the 4 Yuanying stage masters and a Dacheng stage master, Yang Chen's body emitted a white light, and the spiritual power in the manna began to gather crazily towards this side. Chapter 154. Communicate with Heaven and Earth. Wu Xiong was stunned, and then he frowned at this time. Yang Chen's foundation stage was a good thing, and Wu Xiong was happy to see it. However, Wu Xiong was afraid that Yang Chen would lose his focus because of the sudden communication with Heaven and Earth. If he was not careful in refining and purifying the emerald jade zorizir, he would fail. Other medicinal materials could be prepared for a few, but there was only one of the best emerald jade zorizir. At this time, Wu Xiong regretted that he didn't raise Yang Chen's cultivation to the foundation stage in the beginning. He didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen when Yang Chen was refining the emerald jade zorizir. However, he didn't know that those alchemists should be clear. How could they not remind him? Thinking of this, Wu Xiong looked at Zhu Peng, Deng Ye, and Helian Yun with some dissatisfaction. If this refining failed, it must be related to these 3 people. In fact, Zhu Peng, Helian Yun, and Helian Yun were also surprised. Although they knew that refining the emerald jade zorizir had great benefits, They did not expect that Yang Chen would start to build his foundation during the refining process. When they realized this, everything was too late. For a while, they didn't know what to do. They could only keep a close eye on Yang Chen with their spiritual awareness, for fear that he would have an accident. The spirit between heaven and earth rushed to Yang Chen. Yang Chen had already expected this. He opened his mind and let the spirit of heaven and earth enter his body, but his hands did not relax at all. The flame that controlled the profound spirit furnace did not change at all. It burned the emerald jade zorizir steadily and effectively, without any fluctuations. Such a performance made the few people around him feel a little relieved. Although their spiritual awareness could not detect what had happened inside the profound spirit furnace, the spiritual power controlled by Yang Chen's two hands had not changed at all, which had explained a lot of problems. Wu Xiong was particularly happy. At this time, Yang Chen could still ignore the surprise of his own sudden foundation stage, and was still trying his best to maintain the process of refining the emerald jade zorizir, which really made him surprised and happy. If such a change suddenly occurred in the body of an ordinary person, there would be a trace of spiritual power fluctuations, but Yang Chen's control of the profound spirit furnace did not change at all. Even if it was Wu Xiong himself, he wouldn't have been able to do what Yang Chen did back then. The supreme grade jadeite zorizir and the rich spiritual energy in the manna allowed Yang Chen to enter the foundation establishment stage without any hindrance. During this process, his divine sense and spiritual power both increased crazily. The quantitative change that had been accumulated for a long time finally caused a thorough qualitative change. A huge amount of spiritual power began to overflow from his meridians and enter his body, beginning to nourish his internal organs. The medicinal power and spiritual power scoured Yang Chen's body over and over again. His body, which had been transformed by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, began to slowly expel some grayish-black impurities. Soon, it gave off an unpleasant smell. This was some of the changes that would inevitably occur during the foundation stage. The impurities of the body were expelled, and the body would be more clean. However, at this moment, no one could help Yang Chen clean the impurities on his body, for fear of disturbing him and making the refining and purification of the emerald jade zorizir fail. Everyone could only bear this unbearable smell, and did not dare to relax for a moment to stare at Yang Chen, for fear that he would be out of control by these images. At the moment when everyone was nervous, Yang Chen suddenly made a move that made all the people present lose their souls. He actually stretched out a hand from the top of the profound spirit furnace, and a water attribute spiritual power turned into a clear stream. It brushed the surface of Yang Chen's body like a snake. In a moment, the impurities that were discharged around his body were washed away. Then these cleaned impurities were taken out of a jade bottle by Yang Chen, and all of them were collected, which made people very confused. However, what surprised everyone was that even if Yang Chen made so many movements, the other hand holding the profound spirit furnace was always firm, without the slightest wavering, and the output of spiritual power was very stable. It was as if at this moment, Yang Chen suddenly became two people. Others didn't know, but Yang Chen was clear about his physical condition. The huge improvement of the foundation stage brought about by the spiritual awareness allowed Yang Chen's spiritual awareness to directly rush to the realm of the peak Jedan stage. The benefits of cultivating the three purities secret art were reflected at this moment. Although Yang Chen has not yet reached the point of cultivating the second primordial spirit, there is no problem with multitasking. While controlling the profound spirit furnace to refine the emerald jade, he controlled the spiritual power to wash his body, as if it was natural. The people who were almost scared into a cold sweat were once again impressed by Yang Chen, but everyone didn't understand why Yang Chen would collect the impurities discharged from his own body and put them in the jade bottle, which made everyone puzzled. However, this was obviously not the time to ask clearly. They could only watch Yang Chen finish everything, and then enjoy the spiritual power in the body, while controlling the profound spirit furnace to continue refining. Even if the spirit of the emerald jade has disappeared, it still takes time to refine it. Fortunately, when he entered the foundation stage from the chi refining stage, his spiritual power and spiritual awareness had greatly increased, plus the medicinal power that escaped from the emerald jade zorizir. He could still maintain sufficient spiritual power and calmly refine the emerald jade zorizir. The fire attribute spiritual power finally broke through the bottleneck of the Qi refining stage and entered the foundation stage. The other spiritual powers of several other attributes were also nourished by the emerald jade, and the overall level was improved, from the Qi refining stage to the Qi refining stage. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the foundation stage, the spiritual power of the outside world also began to go crazy at this moment, providing an opportunity for Yang Chen to consolidate the realm. This process continued for Yang Chen for almost 10 days, and the emerald jade slowly changed. First, the emerald jade that became dark red began to soften slowly, and finally gradually became a liquid. The impurities in the medicinal liquid were released to the edge of the profound spirit furnace by Yang Chen's precise control of the flame, leaving only the most essence of the profound spirit furnace's medicinal liquid in the center. After the medicinal liquid was completely melted, Yang Chen controlled the flame to burn the whole medicinal liquid for a while, cleaning up the impurities contained in it. After the medicinal effect treatment reached the limit of Yang Chen opened his mouth and said, "The emerald jade has been refined, hurry up and prepare the pill furnace." Once the emerald jade was refined, it would be used immediately. Everyone had already been ready. After hearing Yang Chen's words, Deng Ye directly placed her pill furnace in front of Yang Chen. Compared with Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace, this one was much more advanced. The magic pill furnace exuded a purple light, just like a king standing in front of the civilians. Yang Chen fully controlled the medicinal liquid of the emerald jade. At the moment when the profound spirit furnace was opened, he instantly moved it into Deng Ye's pill furnace. Deng Ye was already prepared. As soon as the medicinal liquid entered the pill furnace, she immediately began to take over the control, and a basic medicinal pill was thrown in instantly. Seeing that all this was completed, Yang Chen took a long breath, stood up, and said to Wu Xiong, "Elder Wu, fortunately I did not fail." Chapter 155. While Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, Wu Xiong also breathed a sigh of relief. With the success of refining the best quality green jade zorizir, the success rate of the subsequent refining process had increased a bit. In the process of Yang Chen refining and purifying the emerald jade zorizir, several other people were not idle. They had already discussed the original fusion plan several times, and finally determined one. Among them, they even referred to Yang Chen's previous water and fire fusion method. Although they couldn't know the core method of Yang Chen, it provided them with an idea to solve the problem. Deng Ye was the one with the highest cultivation among the three alchemists, so she naturally became the main alchemist and began to carry out the next plan. The next refining process would last at least a year. Just the fusion of dozens of high-level medicinal pills required a long process. To be able to complete it within a year was already a great achievement. Zhu Peng and Helian Yun were not idle. In addition to providing support to Deng Ye at any time, the remaining major task was to deal with the monster beast's original spirit. The monster beast that Wu Xiong captured was a flood dragon that was almost fully formed. Its original body was a huge poisonous python. It had cultivated for nearly thousands of years and its body was extremely close to that of a flood dragon. There were even 2 horns protruding from its head. It was only one step away from ascending. Even with Wu Xiong's ability, with the cooperation of Fan Shan, it took a lot of effort to capture it. He even had to recuperate for a long time. In addition to the best quality green jade zorizir, the most important part of the heaven-seizing pill was the monster beast's original spirit. This was the powerful original spirit that acted as the heaven-seizing pill's original spirit. Even the best quality green jade zorizir's original spirit was not qualified. Now, dealing with this poisonous flood dragon required Wu Xiong to cooperate with Zhu Peng and Helian Yun. Of course, Fan Shan was an indispensable person. He was the key to controlling this poisonous flood dragon. Consume this poisonous flood dragon's spiritual power, and then extract its original spirit? Yang Chen was already a bystander at this time. What happened later had nothing to do with him, but after hearing this method, he still couldn't help but question. Isn't this method making the poisonous flood dragon's original spirit weak? Ignorant junior, boasting shamelessly and making irresponsible remarks. However, Lian Yun was not polite to Yang Chen at all, and directly ridiculed Yang Chen's doubts, Do you really think that you can refine the heaven-seizing pill with a little fire control method? Or are you saying that us three nascent soul alchemists are not as good as you, a junior who has just entered the foundation establishment stage? The method to deal with the poison flood dragon's true spirit was also decided upon by the three alchemists after much discussion. After all, the venomous flood dragon was a super demonic beast that was close to ascending to immortality. Its origin spirit was so strong that it was not something that a few nascent soul stage alchemists could control. The original spirit of such a powerful demonic beast was different from the original spirit of a heavenly treasure like the green jade Zorizir. It didn't have the ability to attack. As long as he put in some effort, Yang Chen, a junior in the Qi refinement stage, could also deal with it. The venomous flood dragon's origin spirit was a great realm higher than Deng Yi's. Once it was not controlled well, not only would the heaven-seizing pill's refining fail, but the alchemist would also suffer the backlash of the demonic beast's origin spirit. If it was light, it would be seriously injured, and if it was heavy, it would be fatal. It was really very dangerous. To complete the refining of the heaven-seizing pill, the venomous flood dragon's origin spirit could not have any problems. The venomous flood dragon's spiritual power would be consumed until it was weak. This state of the venomous flood dragon's origin spirit was the easiest to control. Moreover, the degree of weakness must be grasped. It could not be stronger than Deng Yi's. At the same time, it could not be too weak, leading to a lack of ferocity. Since it is called the heaven-seizing pill, the two words heaven-seizing pill must not be something that a weak origin spirit can achieve, right? Yang Chen ignored He Lianyun's sarcasm, frowned and said his own reason. Although this junior does not know how to refine the heaven-seizing pill, I can also imagine. If I am not strong enough, how can I shoulder the responsibility of seizing the heaven? Although Yang Chen's words were somewhat subjective, they were very reasonable. At least in the previous discussion, Wu Xiong had also raised this concern. However, considering the cultivation of the alchemist, the possibility of refining, and the fierce venomous flood dragon, wanting to obtain the complete origin spirit without the slightest injury, this was almost impossible. After the three alchemists discussed with Fan Shan and Wu Xiong, they unanimously came to this conclusion: this was the easiest to control and also the best refining method. In his previous life, Yang Chen had only heard of the fierceness of the heaven-seizing pill, but had never personally refined it. In addition, Yang Chen's current cultivation could be considered the most insignificant among the group, so his words did not have much persuasive power. He had refined and purified the best quality jadeite jade Zorizir, which was equivalent to having completed all the work. Whether the heaven-seizing pill was successful or not, it could be said that it had nothing to do with Yang Chen. The reason why they could still keep Yang Chen, in addition to letting him experience it, was because of the sun's true fire bet. At this moment, it was almost impossible for Yang Chen to convince the people who had already made a plan. However, this kind of refining, Yang Chen subconsciously felt that it was not appropriate. If a weak monster beast origin spirit could successfully refine the heaven-seizing pill, it was simply a joke. Although the success or failure of the refining had nothing to do with Yang Chen at this moment, Yang Chen did not want to watch this opportunity slip away from his hands. If he refined the heaven-seizing pill, he could gain unprecedented fame and get the invisible protection of countless masters. If he missed it, the gains would not make up for the losses. Since there was no way to make everyone change their approach, Yang Chen was smart not to say more about this. His silence, in He Lianyun's eyes, had become a retreat after failing to please the crowd with claptrap. Immediately, strange words were spat out of his mouth. Showing your slight skill in front of an expert, disgraceful. He Lianyun immediately threw out a barrage of sarcastic words. He scolded without any trace of politeness: ignorant junior, get lost. Take good care of my son's true fire, don't let it be damaged. Yang Chen was not annoyed, and replied with a smile, immediately making He Lianyun's face pale, and his whole body trembled, unable to speak. He Lianyun wanted to find a chance to talk to Yang Chen about this a few times, to see if he could use other things to replace the sun's true fire as a bet, but he always could not put down his face. When the words just came out, it was in vain to show off his eloquence, but it did not benefit him at all. Yang Chen's counterattack immediately hit He Lianyun, and he could not even do it in his heart. Yang Chen no longer paid attention to this guy, and he began to ponder in his heart how to minimize the impact of that approach and increase the success rate of the heaven-seizing pill. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was only one way to remedy it. However, that way, a lot of medicinal materials would be needed, and he would have to refine it again. Chapter 156. He didn't know how Elder Wu Xiong found and captured this poisonous flood dragon. Yang Chen didn't care, and he wouldn't take the initiative to ask. However, there was one thing he was very concerned about. How poisonous was this poisonous flood dragon and how powerful was its original spirit? This matter was related to the degree of his remedy, so he couldn't be careless. Speaking of which, it was a bit troublesome. This was a poisonous flood dragon. When refining, although it was its primordial spirit, the nature of the primordial spirit would have a kind of instinct to use poison. If this was a successful refining of the heaven-seizing pill, after taking it, there might be a subconscious feeling of being poisoned, which would consume cultivation to resist. In response to this, Yang Chen needed to add a little detoxification function in the final process. Of course, it was not to use detoxification drugs, but to let the poisonous flood dragon's original spirit have a feeling of being restrained, which would then restrain the consumption of cultivation after taking the heaven-seizing pill. Another point was that when the poisonous flood dragon's original spirit was taken out, it was extremely weak. In this case, even if it successfully integrated into the pill and became a pill spirit, it would instinctively feel weak. At this time, the weakness of the pill spirit would lead to a great reduction in the efficacy of the pill. Seizing the heaven was not something a weak and dying pill spirit could do. Elder Wu, I don't have anything to do for the time being. I want to refine some pills myself to try, can you allow it? Yang Chen directly found Wu Xiong and put forward his own request. Wu Xiong was worried that Yang Chen would cause trouble for He Lianyun if he had nothing to do. When he heard Yang Chen's active request, he naturally hurriedly agreed, no problem, are you going to refine here or somewhere else? If you need any medicinal materials, you can ask the servants outside, they will prepare them for you. Wu Xiong agreed very generously, but at the same time, he also revealed a hidden meaning. If Yang Chen wanted to refine his own pills, it was best to go somewhere else and not interfere with the refining here. As for what kind of medicinal pill Yang Chen wanted to refine, Wu Xiong did not care. He was also happy that Yang Chen was no longer here to provoke He Lianyun and affect the refining process. As for the medicinal ingredients that Yang Chen needed, what kind of high-level medicinal pill could Yang Chen, who had just reached the foundation establishment stage, refine? Of course, Yang Chen knew what to do. He immediately smiled and said, I'll go outside to refine it. However, I want to ask Elder Wu for a dose of medicinal herbs. Yang Chen was more than willing to refine outside. Of course, the things he refined could not be seen by the people inside, especially He Lianyun. What kind of medicinal herbs? Wu Xiong asked curiously. If he could ask for it, it would naturally be a very high-grade medicinal herb. This is a cluster of powder scraped from the venomous flood dragon's demonic core. Yang Chen pointed at the spirit beast pouch on Fan Shan's waist and smiled. The venomous flood dragon had been kept in the spirit beast bag. Ever since it had been captured, it had never seen the light of day and would soon face its final fate. Yang Chen was not greedy. He only wanted a cluster of powder scraped from the demonic core. For Wu Xiong, this kind of request was as easy as lifting a finger. He was just curious as to why Yang Chen would want this thing. Based on Yang Chen's previous performance, even if he wanted this demonic core, Wu Xiong might not refuse. However, at this time, it was not yet the time to reward him based on merit. Yang Chen's actions were not excessive and would not cause dissatisfaction from others. As expected, He Lianyun looked at Yang Chen as if he was watching a joke. It was as if he found it funny that Yang Chen overestimated himself and wanted to use the powder of the demonic core to refine a medicinal pill. A little foundation establishment disciple dared to use a demonic core to refine a medicinal pill. Did he not see if he had the ability or not? Although He Lianyun was sneering, He Lianyun did not stop him at all. It was as if he was waiting to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself. Seeing this, Wu Xiong nodded his head and did not say anything. The venomous flood dragon had been captured for a long time and had already used all kinds of methods to survive. However, under the joint suppression of Fan Shan and Wu Xiong, it was simply unable to resist. Just as it was released from Wu Xiong's restriction array, it immediately controlled the demonic core to attack the enemy that had captured it. Wu Xiong calmly controlled the flying sword and quickly welcomed the huge green demonic core. After the sword flashed a few times, Fan Shan controlled the spirit beast bag and put the venomous flood dragon back. Wu Xiong held the flying sword in his hand and arrived in front of Yang Chen. Is this enough? The flying sword was flashing with a green light. This was the powder that the flying sword scraped off from the venomous flood dragon's demonic core. It was very fresh. Yang Chen carefully used a jade bottle to collect the powder. He nodded and said, "It's enough." Wu Xiong put away the flying sword and no longer said anything. However, there was a gratified look in his eyes. Although Yang Chen had the upper hand since the beginning, he did not make things difficult for Wu Xiong. Moreover, he did his job very well, which made Wu Xiong very satisfied. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, this was Wu Xiong's evaluation of Yang Chen's performance. In a manner not far from where the heaven-seizing pill was being refined, Yang Chen found a quiet room and used it as his alchemy room. He found a servant and gave him some instructions. Then, he brought out the medicinal ingredients that he needed and asked for them to be prepared. Of course, there were some medicinal ingredients that he did not need mixed in. He did not want others to know what he was refining and how he was refining it. Wu Xiong had already instructed the servants to absolutely satisfy Yang Chen's requests. What Yang Chen wanted was not two advanced medicinal ingredients, and in order to refine the heaven-seizing pill, Wu Xiong almost collected all the spirit medicines in the world. These medicinal ingredients that were not so advanced appeared in Yang Chen's alchemy room in less than a day. The spirit power of the venomous flood dragon had already begun to be consumed. In the spirit beast bag, there was no spirit power to replenish the venomous flood dragon. Yang Chen looked at the sight over there and listened to the cries of the venomous flood dragon from time to time. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Then he began to sort the medicinal ingredients. Although he had already built the foundation stage, in this place, Yang Chen did not want to expose more of his own cultivation methods. So although he could sacrificial refine the magic weapon again, he had been holding back. He just used the profound spirit furnace to start refining the large and small medicinal ingredients to prepare for his own refining. In a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. The medicinal liquid of the emerald jade Ganoderma had integrated no less than 40 basic medicinal pills, but there were still almost 20 medicinal pills that had not been integrated. The difficulty of the concoction also became higher and higher. Deng Ye was already unable to persevere alone. Zhu Peng and Helian Yun also took turns to control the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace and slowly concoct. Every time they took turns, they all looked exhausted. After they stopped, they immediately used medicinal pills to recover their spiritual power. They did not dare to delay at all. On Yang Chen's side, everything was ready. It was impossible for Helian Yun to have time to pay attention to him. After simply arranging a warning array, Yang Chen carefully put the powder of the venomous dragon bile into the profound spirit furnace. Chapter 157. The nidin of the poisonous flood dragon, although only a little powder, was also a very high-grade material. It would take a period of time to refine it. Fortunately, there was no primordial spirit, so it was much easier. However, before the official refining, it was also necessary to consider the toxicity of the poisonous flood dragon nidin, which also took time. After refining the best emerald jade Ganoderma, the profound spirit furnace was directly upgraded by a grade under the influence of the huge spiritual power and medicinal power. It still emitted a burst of treasure light, but it was already mixed with a little spiritual energy. The entire profound spirit furnace was in the process of impact from a low-level magic weapon to an intermediate magic weapon. It was believed that after a few layers of refining, it would become an intermediate magic weapon with a convergence of treasure light. After the success of the foundation stage, compared with the Qi refining period, the spiritual power and spiritual awareness had a direct qualitative change. Not to mention anything else, Just being able to communicate with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth at any time could make Yang Chen maintain a stronger power, whether it was cultivation or fighting. Alchemy was no exception. The medicinal pills that could not be operated before, now there was a possibility of success in refining. The poisonous flood dragon's primordial spirit may be weak and unable to support the heavy responsibility of seizing the heavens. Yang Chen needed to make the pill's spirit stronger. And in the refining process, dozens of basic medicinal pills with various attributes must be integrated. In order to consider the possibility of refining failure, Yang Chen also needed to refine some things that harmonized yin and yang and the 5 elements. In short, it was better to be prepared. Both sides were working hard to refine. Relatively speaking, Yang Chen's was relatively simple and completed this step faster. With these things, Yang Chen still had a little more confidence in refining the heaven-seizing pill in the final stage. After all, compared with other people, Yang Chen still knew the most about the heaven-seizing pill. He had not eaten pork and he had seen pigs run. Even Elder Wu Xiong, who had the highest cultivation base, did not necessarily have his knowledge. For Yang Chen, although he did not know the final refining method of the heaven-seizing pill, if he had the cultivation base of Wu Xiong, he could also forcibly refine it without any problems. Now the only weakness was that Yang Chen's cultivation base was too low. He could only let others work hard first, and then he would find a way to remedy it. The heaven-seizing pill had already entered the final refining stage. All the basic pills had already been thrown into the jadeite zorazia's medicinal liquid. The jadeite ganoderma itself was a medicinal herb that contained all 5 elements. As long as the method was correct, it would not be a problem to fuse with all the basic pills. Now, it seemed that Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, and Helian Yun still had some real skills. At least so far, everything was going smoothly. The 3 alchemists no longer took turns to control the alchemy furnace. Instead, the 3 of them stood around the alchemy furnace at the same time. Deng Ye took the lead and the other 2 assisted her, controlling the alchemy furnace at the same time. The fusion of the medicinal liquid would take a few days to be fully completed. At that time, it would be time to add the pill spirit. That was also the most critical moment. The success or failure of the fusion of the pill spirit would directly determine the success or failure of the pill refinement. The poisonous flood dragon's origin spirit was completely prepared. The poisonous flood dragon, which had been tossed around by Wu Xiong and Fan Shan, was staying in Fan Shan's spirit beast bag to maintain its life. It was only waiting for the monster beast's origin spirit to be taken out alive. At this time, Yang Chen also came to the refining site. He stared at the refining of the 3 alchemists, as if he wanted to learn something from the refining methods of the 3 alchemists. At this time, even Helian Yun, who had the most opinions about Yang Chen, did not have the extra energy to pay attention to Yang Chen. The 3 high-level alchemists focused on controlling the alchemy furnace and did not dare to be distracted for a moment. The purple alchemy furnace had now become a behemoth that occupied an area of 10 feet. The alchemy furnace, which had been sacrificially refined by an expert, was now exuding bursts of violent heat. People with lower cultivation bases could not even approach it. Fortunately, Yang Chen himself was a fire cultivator, and he also had the earth core fire. This did not cause any trouble for him. The 3 alchemists sat on 3 different sides of the alchemy furnace, each controlling their own unique flames as they continuously refined the medicinal liquid inside the alchemy furnace. Currently, the alchemy furnace was still covered, so Yang Chen had no way of knowing what was happening inside. He could only carefully observe the actions of the 3 alchemists, carefully probing them with his divine sense as he waited for the final moment to arrive. Under the control of the 3 alchemists, the alchemy furnace was very stable, but it was becoming hotter and hotter. Adding up to a total of tens of thousands of kilograms of medicinal ingredients, refining them into a small pill inside the alchemy furnace really required a lot of effort. Although Wu Xiong and Fan Shan did not participate in the refining process for the time being, they were still meditating only 5 steps away from the alchemy furnace, waiting to force out the poisonous flood dragon's origin spirit at any time. After several days of accumulating power, the alchemy furnace reached its peak. The purple alchemy furnace had even turned white. Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, and Helian Yun's foreheads were all covered in sparkling and translucent beads of sweat. At this moment, they did not even bother to wipe it off. Instead, they placed their hands on the alchemy furnace and frantically urged the fire to burn. Origin spirit. Suddenly, Deng Ye opened her mouth and shouted. Immediately after, the alchemy furnace's lid shot up high, revealing the situation inside the alchemy furnace. Surrounded by the three flames, a medicinal liquid the size of a person's head spun back and forth between the flames, emitting a fragrant scent. Just by smelling this scent, one's entire body felt as if they were floating in the air, as if they were ascending to the heavens and their spiritual power surged. The heaven-seizing pill truly lived up to its reputation when it had such an effect even before it was formed. Wu Xiong and Fan Shan did not dare to be negligent. Their figures flashed like lightning and instantly appeared next to the alchemy furnace. Fan Shan's spirit beast pouch was opened, and a flood dragon that was about 100 feet long and 10 feet thick appeared on the ground. Its enormous body nearly filled the entire area of the alchemy furnace. The poisonous flood dragon was already on the verge of death. After it came out, it was motionless. Only a trace of signs of life could be seen in its eyes. Wu Xiong pressed the huge flood dragon's head with one hand and slammed the top of the flood dragon's head with the other. Boom! The huge flood dragon's head split open on the spot. A faint ball of light flew out from the top of the head. Wu Xiong quickly caught it and threw it directly into the alchemy furnace. The huge flood dragon's corpse was immediately put away by Fan Shan. Everyone stared at the alchemy furnace with bright eyes. The white light directly integrated into the head-sized medicinal liquid, and then the alchemy furnace's lid quickly closed. Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, and Helian Yun once again began to frantically refine. This was the last step, and also the most crucial step. As long as this step was completed, the heaven-seizing pill would be successfully refined. If this step was wrong, then all previous efforts would be wasted. The three alchemists had already mustered up all their strength at this moment, only waiting for the final fight. Wu Xiong, Fan Shan, and Yang Chen could not be considered to have any strength for the time being. They just carefully waited on the side, waiting for the furnace to be opened. But at that moment. Chapter 158. This kind of fusion lasted for a few days and nights. During this time, even the weakened venomous flood dragon's origin spirit had suddenly switched bodies and was still being refined. A large mass of medicinal liquid was constantly struggling, and even the giant alchemy furnace was being struck by the medicinal liquid. Beads of sweat continuously dripped from the faces of Deng Ye and the other two. Every few hours, Wu Xiong would feed the three of them a pill to recover their spiritual power. However, the vibration of the medicinal liquid never stopped, and the sound of it hitting the pill furnace continued. The faces of everyone present were the same, anxious and worried. The alchemists were like this, and the people watching next to them were the same. The most worried was Wu Xiong. In order to refine the heaven-seizing pill, from looking for the pill recipe to searching for various materials, it took hundreds of years to prepare. Seeing that it was the final critical moment, the success or failure would soon be clear, even Wu Xiong lost the calmness of a master of the Darching stage. Finally, the sound of the medicinal liquid vibration became smaller and the interval between the sounds was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that the struggle of the poisonous flood dragon's original spirit was getting weaker and weaker, and finally stopped completely. The faces of the three alchemists showed a hint of relief, and Wu Xiong and Fan Shan, who were watching by the side, also slowly put down their hearts. Wu Xiong's face even showed a hint of joy. It seems that it is about to be done. Not necessarily. The voice of Yang Chen came from the side. His words made everyone frown. The 4 Yuanying stage masters and a master of the Darching stage did not say anything, but a little guy who had just reached the foundation stage said such discouraging words. It was really a bit of a killjoy. If such a gentle pill can be called stealing the heavens, then this stealing the heavens is a bit too simple. Under the dissatisfied gaze of many masters, Yang Chen had no fear. He just frowned and said maybe the medicinal pill will have a counterattack. This was not Yang Chen's deliberate strong performance. It was really that the heaven-seizing pill that he had heard of was really not such an easy thing. If they relaxed at this time, not only would they fall short of success, there might not even be a way to remedy it. Although the words were not pleasant to hear, Everyone present understood the good and bad, and everyone was more alert and did not dare to relax. The opportunity to go down in history was right in front of them, and no one wanted to give it up at the last moment. Peng, a loud sound came from within the alchemy cauldron, and the huge alchemy cauldron was even directly moved several feet horizontally. The ferocious impact almost threw the three alchemists around the alchemy cauldron to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Chen's warning was timely, and everyone was prepared. Although the force of the collision was huge, it did not affect the refinement of the three people in the slightest. The 6 hands were still firmly pressed against the alchemy furnace, and they continued to increase the intensity of the fire. Wu Xiong looked at Yang Chen gratefully, nodded at Yang Chen, and turned to the alchemy furnace. It seemed that this collision had consumed all of the pill spirit's power. After that, there was no more movement. After quietly refining for a day and a night, Deng Ye felt that the temperature in the furnace was sufficient. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Be careful, I want to condense the pill and collect the pill." With one hand against the alchemy furnace to control the temperature, Deng Ye's other hand made a few complicated gestures in the air, driving the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace to start condensing the pill. This was the final step. As long as the pill condensed and collected successfully, all the work would be completed. Wu Xiong's face was already full of anticipation. There were so many procedures before, and there were no accidents. Only this last step was left, and he could immediately get the heaven-seizing pill. His excitement was overflowing. Not only Wu Xiong, but Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, He Lianyun, and Fan Shan next to him, all had the same expectant expression. The joy on everyone's face had not even completely overflowed when they saw Deng Ye's face change first, followed by Zhu Peng and He Lianyun's faces. The three alchemists were the ones who knew what was happening in the alchemy furnace the best. The change in their faces directly made Wu Xiong and Fan Shan's hearts go cold. Did the refinement fail? But the three alchemists did not say anything, and no one knew what happened. The only one who did not change was probably Yang Chen. This pill was so tepid, how could it still be called heaven-seizing? Even if the refinement was successful, it would at most be stealing from the heavens. It had nothing to do with the word seize at all. It would be strange if it could succeed. Deng Ye had already tried several techniques, and the expression on her face became more and more anxious. Zhu Peng and He Lianyun, who were helping, frowned and did not say a word. After Deng Ye tried the last technique, she stopped and said to Zhu Peng and He Lianyun, "I can't condense the pill, you guys try." Wu Xiong's heart finally sank after hearing the current situation within the pill cauldron. However, there was still some anticipation in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Peng and He Lianyun on the other side. At this moment, there was no need to be polite. Zhu Peng stretched out his hand and began to perform the method of condensing the pill outside the alchemy furnace. In a short moment, he tried more than a dozen techniques, but in the end, he stopped and did not say a word. The result must be the same as Deng Ye, unable to condense the pill. The last one left, He Lianyun, did not seem to believe it. His spirit was lifted, and he displayed everything he had learned in his life at this moment. In Yang Chen's view, his current method of condensing the pill was estimated to be at least 2 points stronger than usual. Deng Ye and Zhu Peng were unable to condense the pill. As long as He Lianyun seized this opportunity to amaze the world, then Wu Xiong would definitely be grateful to protect him, and he might not have to pay for the bet he lost. And not only that, the great reputation of successfully refining the heaven-seizing pill could directly make He Lianyun superior to all the alchemists in the mortal world, becoming the #1 alchemist in the world. At that time, he would definitely gain both fame and fortune. At the thought of the glory after success, He Lianyun was even a little absent-minded at this moment. Wu Xiong's eyes were almost staring at He Lianyun, and the expectation on his face, as He Lianyun's gestures became slower and slower, also turned into despair. I failed. As a master of the darching stage, he was also 3 points more generous than others, and it was not to the point where he couldn't afford to lose. Seeing this situation, looking at the three alchemists who were still working hard, he sighed and admitted the failure of this refining after all. The pill recipe is incomplete, I don't blame you, stop. Wu Xiong's words also announced the failure of everyone's efforts. The three alchemists all let go of the alchemy furnace in a somewhat dejected manner, and the lid of the furnace opened automatically, revealing the situation inside. A mass of black things. It was impossible to see what it was. Although it still exuded a powerful spiritual power, everyone understood that this was already a failed dregs, not the heaven-seizing pill they wanted. Seeing this black mass, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 159. It should be said that Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, and Helian Yun's alchemy level was still good. At least the control of the fire had reached the peak level. Tens of thousands of kilograms of medicinal materials were condensed into a fist-sized mass, but there was no sign of burning. The reason why the remaining mass was black was because it was still unable to condense the pill. Now the dregs in everyone's eyes were still hot, but except for Yang Chen, no one would look at it. Everyone was just immersed in the depression of not succeeding after a long time of hard work. For a while, no one spoke, and the scene was lifeless. Yang Chen took a few steps forward and walked to the side of the pill furnace. He lowered his head and began to carefully observe the black dregs. His actions also attracted the attention of everyone, and all eyes were focused on him in an instant. Why, do you still want to say what caused the refining to fail? Helian Yun and Yang Chen didn't deal with each other. At this time, he was in a bad mood, so he directly said sarcastically, "I don't know what advice does Grandmaster Yang have?" Other people's mood was equally uncomfortable. As soon as Helian Yun's words came out, it seemed to resonate with everyone. Although no one spoke, but the gazes of 4 Yuanying stage masters who were about to ascend to the Daching stage were enough to make any cultivator in the mortal world tremble. Yang Chen didn't seem to feel the pressure of everyone at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stretched out a finger and inserted it into the black dregs. His spiritual awareness probed out and began to feel the situation at a close distance. His actions made several people look at each other. No one knew what Yang Chen was doing. But one thing was the same for everyone. No one felt that Yang Chen could do anything to these dregs. He was a junior in the foundation stage. It was not worth mentioning in front of the heaven-seizing pill, even if it was just the dregs of the heaven-seizing pill. There is still hope. After feeling for a while, Yang Chen suddenly spat out a sentence that made everyone shocked. There is still hope. What does that mean? Everyone's eyes once again gathered on Yang Chen. This time, it was not the kind of dissatisfaction before, but surprise. Shameless boasting. He Lianyun shouted directly, "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're Master Yang?" Not only He Lianyun, but even Deng Ye and Zhu Peng had gloomy expressions when they heard Yang Chen's words. Even the 3 nascent soul stage experts couldn't do anything, so what was a junior in the foundation establishment stage jumping out to do? Yang Chen ignored Helian Yun's words and took out a jade bottle from his body. He opened the bottle and was about to pour its contents onto the black dregs. "What are you going to do?" Helian Yun was furious. He shouted again, "Can you afford to destroy all of this?" "Destroy?" Yang Chen's hand stopped. He turned his head to look at Helian Yun and asked with a strange expression, "Could it be that Senior Helian still has some tricks you haven't used?" "After you." As he spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. What other tricks did He Lianyun have? If he had, he would have used them all just now. It was just that he used all his skills and couldn't make the heaven-seizing pill condense. Now that Yang Chen asked him to do it, how could he dare to come out and embarrass himself again? If everyone has no good way, then I will try my way. Yang Chen turned to Elder Wu Xiong this time and said very seriously, "Elder Wu, this junior was reckless just now. I don't know if this junior can try it." What else could Wu Xiong have to say? At this time, it was a desperate situation. If he was lucky, maybe Yang Chen could come up with some results. After nodding, Wu Xiong remembered that it seemed that during the refining process, Yang Chen had raised several opinions, but no one paid attention to it at that time. Could it be that the problem was with those? Wu Xiong couldn't help but look forward to it again. Did Yang Chen really have a way? You must know that the kind of superb fire control ability that Yang Chen had shown before, even Deng Ye, who had the highest cultivation among the 3 alchemists, could not achieve it. Since Yang Chen could show miracles in fire control, maybe he could also show miracles in alchemy. Yang Chen's hand shook gently, and a pile of fine powder fell from the jade bottle and fell directly on the black dregs. It was strange to say that as soon as the dregs touched these powders, they seemed to change color immediately. The black began to fade slowly and slowly returned to the green color of the emerald jade ganoderma. This magical scene made everyone, including He Lianyun, forget the dispute. Everyone looked at Yang Chen's movements intently, and their hearts began to look forward to it. The profound spirit furnace appeared in the hands of Yang Chen in an instant. Yang Chen's other hand was like a big spoon, wrapping the green dregs and slowly throwing them into the profound spirit furnace. "Use my pill furnace, the effect is better." Deng Ye saw it and immediately said. Her purple alchemy furnace was several levels higher than the profound spirit furnace. Looking at the treasure light emitted by Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace, she couldn't look at it anymore. The predecessor's pill furnace, this younger generation junior can't control it. Yang Chen would not give the opportunity to others to take the heaven-seizing pill out of the furnace. The profound spirit furnace needed to accumulate slowly, and the heaven-seizing pill was the highest level of medicinal pills in the mortal world. It could definitely make the medicinal qi of the profound spirit furnace accumulate to the point of making people drool. Moreover, with Yang Chen's current cultivation base, he really couldn't control the magic weapon of a master of the Yuanying stage. The powder that Yang Chen added was refined from the poisonous flood dragon Niden, which was specially used to nourish the poisonous flood dragon true spirit and eliminate the hidden dangers of the poisonous flood dragon true spirit. The weak pill spirit suddenly had a nourishing help, and the time began to slowly recover in the profound spirit furnace. Aware of this change, Yang Chen took a long breath. The pill spirit was weak, which was the biggest reason for the failure of this refining, but now as long as the pill spirit could still recover, there was still a chance. Another factor that affected the condensation of the pill was that the basic medicinal pill had yin and yang 5 elements, and there was a problem in the regulation and balance. The 3 alchemists were all cultivators of the fire attribute. Although they were familiar with the 5 elements, they were not like Yang Chen, who had all the 5 elements and all the attributes of the spirit root were very balanced. In the process of integration, it was inevitable that there would be some slight deviations. What Yang Chen had to do now was to correct these deviations, and then nourish the pill spirit to the realm of heaven-seizing pill. At that time, there would be no current problems. Only the powerful to the extreme pill spirit, the medicinal pills refined, were worthy of being called the real heaven-seizing pill. Chapter 160. To adjust the yin and yang balance of the 5 elements, Yang Chen only needs to inject his own spiritual power into the profound spirit furnace. The profound spirit furnace was first refined by Yang Chen with the yin and yang 5 elements secret art. It had the attributes of the 5 elements, but the adjustment was a little deviation. It did not take too much time for Yang Chen. The trouble was the nourishment of the pill spirit. The whole jade bottle was full of medicinal powder to nourish the pill spirit. Yang Chen divided it into 5 times and added all these medicinal powders. Others looked at this bottle of medicinal powder, but no one asked for it. Yang Chen was just a junior who had just built the foundation. Once he was disturbed and delayed the big event, it was not good. The problem of the medicinal powder could be asked later. After 5 times, the pill spirit was no longer so weak, it was not so dying, and it began to have a trace of vitality. The medicinal powder was originally scraped from the poisonous flood dragon's Niden. It was the same source as the pill spirit, and it was naturally the best medicine to nourish it. At this point, the pill spirit could already absorb its own spiritual power to recover. It's just that the nourishment and growth of the pill spirit also needs the support of a strong spiritual power. At this point, Yang Chen was not polite at all. He directly greeted Fan Shan, who had been anxiously waiting for the result. Senior Fan, inject spiritual power into the pill furnace. Fan Shan promised and rushed over directly. His hands were pressed against the profound spirit furnace in front of Yang Chen, which was as big as a wine jar, and he carefully inputted spiritual power. At first, he was careful not to break the pill furnace with too much spiritual power, but soon Fan Shan found that the profound spirit furnace was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power was input, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the moment, he asked Yang Chen with his eyes. Yang Chen just nodded slightly and gave him a reassuring expression. Fan Shan began to inject spiritual power madly. Several seniors, the input of spiritual power needs a lot, and I also ask the seniors to take turns to replace it. Here Fan Shan was inputting spiritual power, and Yang Chen was greeting several other Yuanying stage alchemists. They had just completed the refining. Although they failed, they were also exhausted. Yang Chen's words were to remind them to recover quickly and use them as laborious. If you input spiritual power, this old man will bear it. When Wu Xiong saw it, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Among them, the one with the most powerful spiritual power was Wu Xiong, the master of the Daching stage. Yang Chen did not use his great master, but he madly squeezed other people, and even Wu Xiong was a little bit unsightly. Elder Wu, don't be impatient, you have to be patient. You have to be patient. You have to be patient. You have to wait for Yang Chen to be patient. Wu Xiong said nothing. The three alchemists, even he Lianying stage, Yuanying Yun, and Yuanying stage, Yang Qi, Yang, Chen, Yuanying stage, Chen, Qi, Yang, Chen, Qi, and Yang, Tu, and Yang Qi, Yang, Chen, Yang, and Qi, Yang Chen Yang Chen the four Yuanying stage masters, just input spiritual power into the profound spirit furnace. They took turns back and forth 4 times. At this time, everyone had already felt a powerful momentum coming from the profound spirit furnace. It seemed that the spirit of the poisonous flood dragon had completely recovered and was roaring and rolling in the profound spirit furnace. In fact, this was indeed the case in the profound spirit furnace. The spirit, which had almost completely recovered its strength, was struggling wildly. It was just that the spirit had no original body, and it was wrapped in the medicinal liquid of the heaven-seizing pill. It had to be attached to the medicinal pill. Under the control of Yang Chen, with the continuous spiritual power from the profound spirit furnace, it began to slowly integrate with the medicinal liquid. The profound spirit furnace made a violent tremor, which made people really worried that the next moment, this seemingly very low-level pill furnace would be shaken apart. Fortunately, this scene has not appeared, but the tremor was getting more and more intense, and there was already a crazy roar in everyone's ears. This sound came into everyone's ears. In addition to being puzzled, there was only shock. This roar was getting louder and louder, and finally it seemed to be produced in the bottom of everyone's heart, causing everyone to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Thinking of the original form of the pill spirit, everyone had no doubt that this was the legendary dragon roar. Refining a medicinal pill, there could be a dragon roar, even if it was a few Yuanying stage alchemists, they couldn't help but be awed. Looking at Yang Chen, the younger generation junior who had just reached the foundation stage, still seemed to be unaware of the pill furnace at the moment. Several Yuanying stage masters had a feeling of being inferior. The dragon roar was getting stronger and stronger, and there was a trace of abnormality in the sky. A group of dark clouds began to gather on the top of everyone's head, and the whole sky became dark almost in a moment. A bolt of lightning began to flow on the top of everyone's head, and the rumbling sound made people seem familiar. This is Tribulation Cloud. In addition to Yang Chen, the worst was also the Yuanying stage. When the Jedan stage was promoted to the Yuanying stage, it was natural to pass the first of the 3 disasters, the Thunder Disaster, also called the Thunder Tribulation. The situation in front of them was similar to when they passed the Thunder Tribulation. Who was going to cross the tribulation? The Yuanying stage masters did not need to cross the tribulation, not to mention Wu Xiong. Was there someone else in the manner who broke through the Jedan stage bottleneck and wanted to enter the Yuanying stage? But Wu Xiong did not show the slightest expression. Was it Yang Chen? Impossible. Yang Chen had just reached the foundation stage. How could he cross the Thunder Tribulation so quickly? But if there was no one else, could it be? Everyone's eyes began to stare at the profound spirit furnace in the hands of Yang Chen, and the dragon roar was getting louder and louder. Was it the medicinal pill inside that was going to cross the tribulation? Would the medicinal pill also cross the tribulation? At the thought of this, everyone was shocked. But at the same time of shock, they also began to look forward to it. Yes, this was the spirit that could be called seizing the heaven. When the pill was completed, God would even send a tribulation. Only such a medicinal pill was called seizing the heaven pill. What they had refined in the first half of their lives was simply bullshit. Wu Xiong looked at all this with surprise and joy, and his heart was surging. The process of refining the heaven-seizing pill was simply like a raging sea, with great ups and downs. He was originally full of confidence, but in the end, he was lazy and disheartened. He did not expect the mountain road to turn around, and it became an all-powerful appearance. Now Wu Xiong didn't even know how to describe his mood at the moment. All of this seemed to be brought to him by Yang Chen. Now Wu Xiong admired his decision to insist on bringing Yang Chen at that time. How could he have such foresight? Suddenly invited Yang Chen, a junior who was still a disciple of the qi refining stage at that time, but later he brought a surprise to himself. Elder Wu, be careful. Yang Chen suddenly reminded him when the pill is completed, Elder Wu, you have to guard the heaven-seizing pill with all your strength. After the tribulation, if you are not careful, the heaven-seizing pill will escape, and it is impossible for Elder Wu to trap it. Success or failure, it's all in this one move. Chapter 161. It was unheard of for the medicinal pill to cross the tribulation, and the medicinal pill could still escape, which has subverted the understanding of the three alchemists present in alchemy. It's not that what they have learned is wrong. It's that the heaven-seizing pill is too heaven-defying. It's so heaven-defying that it's almost not a medicinal pill that should exist in the mortal world. When the ancestor of the Xiong family successfully refined the heaven-seizing pill last time, he didn't know why he didn't record the following refining methods, not to mention these heavenly phenomena after the success of the refining and the escape of the tribulation. If Yang Chen hadn't heard of it in the spiritual world, it was estimated that he would be like them at most, thinking that the refining had failed. It had to be said that the level of the three senior alchemists was still there, especially in the grasp of the fire, but unfortunately, refining the heaven-seizing pill could not only be successful by relying on the fire. In the history of the mortal world, there was only one record of refining the heaven-seizing pill. If this time was counted, it was only the second time, and it was not yet well known. Wu Xiong was surprised and happy, but he did not dare to relax. Yang Chen said clearly that this heaven-seizing pill could run away. If it really came to this point and the medicinal pill escaped, it would be the biggest joke in the world. The rumbling thunder was getting closer and closer, and the profound spirit furnace in Yang Chen's hand was shaking more and more severely. Looking at the current situation, Yang Chen could hardly suppress it. But no one dared to volunteer to replace Yang Chen. At this point, Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, and Helian Yun had almost become bystanders. They were afraid that their carelessness would lead to failure on the verge of success. Be careful, the pill is done. Everyone's attention was just focused on the tribulation clouds that gathered outside. The extreme shock even made them forget to observe Yang Chen's method of condensing the pill and collecting the pill. When they heard Yang Chen's words, they immediately realized what they had just missed and couldn't help but regret it again and again. Everyone's technique was the secret of the sect. Without a certain friendship, it was impossible to communicate at will. If they missed it this time, they didn't know when they would have the opportunity to see it again. However, this was obviously not the time for regret. Everyone's eyes were wide open, waiting to see what the newly formed heaven-seizing pill looked like. The lid of the profound spirit furnace suddenly flew up high, and a blue light rose from the furnace, and then a blue shadow rushed out of the furnace and flew directly into the sky. Wu Xiong was already prepared. His figure flashed and he flew out, closely following Qing Ying. However, he was smart enough to not do anything at this time. Wu Xiong knew very well that during the tribulation, no matter how strong the restrictions he set up, he would not be able to go against the tribulation of God. Everyone could clearly see that the green shadow was actually a small green dragon. When it entered the profound spirit furnace, it was a group of black dregs. When it came out, it was a cyan dragon shape. How was this done? When they saw this dragon shape, Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, and Helian Yun couldn't wait to slap themselves in the face a few times. Such an important method of condensing the pill was missed in front of their eyes. However, it was too late to regret it now, and they really couldn't care less. The never-before-seen medicinal pill tribulation was in front of them. Who could put down all their thoughts and only regret and not pay attention to it? Catcher, a lightning flashed, and the lightning hit the dragon-shaped green shadow in the air. In the dazzling lightning, the dragon-shaped green shadow seemed to be bathed in the baptism of thunder and lightning, and there was no change. The violent thunderbolts flashed at least 9 times, each time brighter and thicker than the last. The thickest thunderbolt was as thick as a person's waist, and almost all of it had condensed into a liquid lightning. However, under the crazy washing of thunder and lightning, the heaven-seizing pill did not change at all. Instead, it released more and more powerful medicinal chi, as if it had also obtained great benefits from the baptism of thunder and lightning. After the thunder and lightning, the thunder tribulation dissipated, and the tribulation clouds in the sky disappeared in an instant, and the sky became bright again. Wu Xiong's servants in the villa could be regarded as an eye-opener today. Things like crossing the thunder tribulation could actually let them watch from the sidelines. It was simply a lifelong benefit. Just when everyone was ecstatic, they soon found that they were happy a little too early. After the heaven-seizing pill passed the thunder tribulation, it looked more petite and exquisite. Its body was slightly smaller than before, but the medicinal chi was more powerful. Just hovering in the air for a while, Wu Xiong found that a yin fire had been generated from the bottom of the heaven-seizing pill, and began to burn the heaven-seizing pill. 3 disasters, thunder tribulation, yin fire, and wind, cultivators couldn't avoid it. The Jedan stage had to cross the thunder tribulation, while the Yuanying stage had to cross the fire tribulation to enter the Daching stage, and the Daching stage had to cross the wind tribulation to ascend to the spiritual world. This was the case for cultivators, and it was unexpected that this heaven-seizing pill was also the same. Deng Ye, Zhu Peng, Helian Yun, and Fan Shan all widened their eyes and stared closely at the heaven-seizing pill. The yin fire was burning, it could actually happen in front of them. This was simply a gift from heaven. Even if their current cultivation base was not yet there, they could see this scene, and when they crossed the tribulation in the future, they would have a little more confidence. For Wu Xiong, the yin fire was nothing. He was already a master of the Daching stage and had already passed the yin fire tribulation, but looking at the heaven-seizing pill tribulation, he still had a lot of expectations in his heart. The yin fire was also 9 times, silent, shadowless and invisible yin fire. Everyone could only feel it by looking at the shape of the heaven-seizing pill. Every time it was burned, the heaven-seizing pill seemed to become smaller. After 9 times, it was only the size of a plum. Elder Wu, when refining, there was a congenital deficiency. Maybe the final wind tribulation needs the elder's help. Yang Chen below suddenly shouted at Wu Xiong in the air. This sentence made everyone stare at the heaven-seizing pill almost crazy. After passing the wind tribulation, one could directly ascend. Which cultivator present, including Wu Xiong, had seen ascension with their own eyes? This was an experience that couldn't be asked for. Everyone who heard this almost trembled with excitement, and they couldn't wait to fly up and observe it at a close distance. Of course, they also heard Yang Chen's cry of congenital deficiency, and the 3 alchemy masters wished they could bury themselves in the ground in shame. Congenital deficiency was naturally because there was a problem with their refining method, and in the end, it was remedied by Yang Chen. Thinking of the contempt they had when they first saw Yang Chen, the 3 of them were ashamed. Wu Xiong was also excited in the sky. The last of the 3 disasters, the wind tribulation, he would soon face it, but he didn't expect that he could see this kind of tribulation in advance on a medicinal pill. This had an extraordinary significance for his ascension. Chapter 162. It was not enough to describe Wu Xiong's current concentration. His naked eyes and various senses of the body were all concentrated on the small dragon-shaped pill between his hands. His spiritual awareness was fully opened, shrouding the space of a foot. Nothing that happened inside could be compared to Wu Xiong's perception. His whole body was trembling involuntarily, excited, waiting for the arrival of the wind tribulation. Any other spiritual awareness that dared to approach this side to investigate thoroughly would be unceremoniously bounced back by Wu Xiong. At this time, he would not allow anyone to interfere with his opportunity to feel the wind tribulation. The 4 people below also knew that the opportunity was rare, and they also knew Wu Xiong's mood, so everyone just tentatively swept with their spiritual awareness and stood there obediently, staring at the heaven-seizing pill with their naked eyes, but no longer probing with their spiritual awareness. When the wind appeared, it was always silent, everyone could not see anything clearly, only Wu Xiong could feel it. The wind seemed to have no source, it appeared directly inside the heaven-seizing pill. If Wu Xiong's spiritual awareness had not wrapped all the space, he would not have been able to detect it. The plum-sized body of the heaven-seizing pill, in front of everyone's eyes, suddenly shrank again, and Wu Xiong's brows wrinkled. The wind in the records blew into the 6 internal organs, through the dantian, through the 9 orifices, the bones and flesh thinned, and the body disintegrated. Now that the shape of the heaven-seizing pill was smaller, didn't it just reflect the described bones and flesh thinned, and the body disintegrated? Yang Chen said that this heaven-seizing pill was congenitally deficient, it seemed to be very reasonable. However, for the time being, the heaven-seizing pill did not seem to have any problems, Wu Xiong could feel it. However, he was still extremely cautious, because the second gust of black wind was already approaching. The second wind, the third wind. Every time it experienced the wind, the heaven-seizing pill became smaller. Under Wu Xiong's careful care, after the 6th wind, the heaven-seizing pill finally reached its limit. The shape of the dragon, at this moment, underwent a complete change. After the 6th wind, the little azure dragon squirmed like a living thing, quickly curled up into a ball, and really turned into a round pill. On the surface of the pill, a flying azure dragon was entrenched above the ball, as if it was painted on. But Wu Xiong knew that this was the pill veins of the heaven-seizing pill. The reason why it had such a shape was related to the poison flood dragon pill spirit used. The pill spirit's consciousness had been completely erased, leaving only the most basic will to resist the heavenly tribulation and ascend. This was the most important reason why the heaven-seizing pill was called the heaven-seizing pill. The only pity was that he had only withstood 6 tornadoes. There were still 3 that he couldn't withstand. However, the heavenly tribulation would not stop just because the heaven-seizing pill had reached its limit, and the 7th black wind appeared right after. Wu Xiong, who was already prepared, finally came in handy at this time. A powerful spiritual power immediately entered the heaven-seizing pill and began to resist the black wind. This was an experience that Wu Xiong yearned for even in his dreams. Replacing the heaven-seizing pill to endure a few gale tribulations that could not be considered as giving his all. This would be of great benefit to his future ascension. Just the experience of fighting against dark wind was enough for Wu Xiong to completely accept the result of the heaven-seizing pill being a complete failure. As soon as there was spiritual resistance, dark wind immediately turned to attack the owner of the spiritual power. Following that spiritual power, it directly drilled into Wu Xiong's body. Wu Xiong started resisting the dark wind with all his strength in the air. At the same time, he did his best to experience the feeling of the dark wind wreaking havoc in his body. The dark wind tribulation that targeted the heaven-seizing pill was definitely not as powerful as the dark wind tribulation that targeted Wu Xiong himself. When this small dark wind blew through Wu Xiong's internal organs, apart from resisting, Wu Xiong even felt something different. It was the feeling of going through the dark wind and cleansing his body. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of going through the heaven rank, but it was now benefiting Wu Xiong, who should have been going through the more powerful dark wind tribulation. After resisting the dark wind with all his strength, Wu Xiong almost laughed out loud. This was the 7th dark wind, followed by the even stronger 8th and 9th dark wind tribulation. Wu Xiong resisted the last 3 dark wind tribulations and experienced 3 dark wind tribulations in advance. At the same time, his body was strengthened to a certain extent by the dark wind. Just as Wu Xiong resisted the 9th dark wind tribulation, the heaven-seizing pill suspended in the air suddenly trembled and disappeared from the eyes of the people watching on the ground with lightning speed. This caused the people below to cry out in alarm. At the same time, it also made a few people even more shocked. Such a heaven-defying pill could actually escape after coming out of the furnace. Wu Xiong's figure also disappeared. How could Wu Xiong, who had been on guard, let the heaven-seizing pill escape? In the blink of an eye, Wu Xiong's figure appeared in another direction, holding a finger-sized trembling cyan pill in his hand. In front of everyone's eyes, Wu Xiong continuously wrapped the heaven-seizing pill with several talismans. This was not all. Wu Xiong then took out a small jade box, which was engraved with sealing arrays. After carefully putting the pill wrapped in the talismans inside, Wu Xiong closed the jade box. Just when everyone thought that Wu Xiong would come down immediately, Wu Xiong seemed to think of something in the air. He shook his head slightly and took out a slightly larger jade box from the Chenkuan bag. It was also engraved with a ceiling formation, and he put the small jade box in it. That was not all. Wu Xiong, who was in the air, did not even land. He directly took out a whole piece of jade in the air and made several jade boxes of different sizes on the spot. After engraving several ceiling formations on each of the boxes, he put these jade boxes into the boxes one by one according to the order of size. Seeing this scene, everyone except for Yang Chen was dumbfounded. The more serious Wu Xiong was, the more heaven-defying the heaven-seizing pill was. They even couldn't wait to see what this heaven-defying pill was like. Wu Xiong slowly descended from the air in front of everyone. After landing, the huge jade box containing the heaven-seizing pill had been put into the Chenkuan bag, which made everyone anxious. None of you can control this pill. Wu Xiong smiled and shook his head as he explained. However, his words only made everyone's eyes burn with greed. Maybe you can ask little friend Yang what the problem is, isn't it? Wu Xiong reminded everyone again, making several alchemists react immediately. However, before they could speak, Wu Xiong said another sentence, but this sentence was directed at Helion Yun Helion. If you are willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Hand over your son's true fire. Before I ascend, I will find you other fire seed. Chapter 163. The fact that Wu Xiong wanted He Lianyun's true sun fire seed could only mean one thing. Wu Xiong was extremely satisfied with Yang Chen's performance this time. Of course, asking He Lianyun to hand over his fire seed would definitely cause He Lianyun to be dissatisfied. He Lianyun was also a distinguished guest invited by Wu Xiong. However, Wu Xiong was indeed Wu Xiong. He immediately thought of another solution. Before he ascended, he would find another fire seed for He Lianyun. The true sun fire was lost by He Lianyun. Although He Lianyun had always thought of using some other things in exchange for Yang Chen not wanting his fire seed, Wu Xiong's words at this moment made all the various methods that He Lianyun had thought of go down the drain. However, Wu Xiong's promise to find a new fire seed for him made He Lianyun feel a trace of gratitude despite his anger. Although immediately handing over the true sun fire would definitely cause his cultivation to drop a lot, with the experience of observing the pill tribulation at close range, coupled with Wu Xiong's promise to find a new fire seed, as long as he obtained a fire seed, his cultivation could quickly recover. This was a good thing, so He Lianyun was very grateful. However, his emotions were immediately replaced by another emotion. If he did not have to hand over the true sun fire, and Wu Xiong directly helped Yang Chen find another fire seed, wouldn't it be better? People were always greedy. If they could obtain something better, they would naturally not be satisfied with what they had in front of them. He Lianyun was like this. When Wu Xiong provided a way for him to step down, and even with sufficient compensation, he was still dissatisfied and wanted more. He Lianyun even began to hate Yang Chen a little. At this time, Yang Chen should have shown a respectful attitude towards a senior and immediately dissuade Wu Xiong. He should have told Elder Wu that it was just a joke, and then everyone would laugh it off. But the damn Yang Chen did not do this. Instead, he looked at him with a smile, as if it was only natural. Yang Chen's annoying smile was like a shackle on He Lianyun, making him extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he had completely forgotten how calm and unscrupulous he was when he wanted to seize Yang Chen's fire seed. As the great elder of the immortal falling abyss, Wu Xiong usually meant what he said. Even though he was no longer in the immortal falling abyss, this was still the case. After Wu Xiong finished speaking, even if Deng Ye and Zhu Peng were extremely curious, they could only wait until this matter was over. No one spoke for Helion Yun. If the refining of the heaven-seizing pill ended at the time of the black medicinal dregs, maybe Deng Ye and Zhu Peng would help to ask for some favors, but now, no one could say anything, and they were not qualified to say anything. He Lianyun wanted to beg for mercy, but it was useless to beg Wu Xiong unless Yang Chen was willing to speak. But to make a nascent soul realm alchemist beg for mercy from a junior who had just reached the foundation building realm not long ago, it would be better to kill He Lianyun. Looking at Yang Chen calmly waiting, Even though He Lianyun had already clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his body were exposed, he still did not say a single word to Yang Chen to beg for mercy. Handing over the fire seed required the cooperation of the person involved. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation base was, it would be impossible to seize the other party's fire seed. It would only extinguish the fire seed with the other party's death. If He Lianyun wanted to renege on his debt, Wu Xiong would have no other way but to kill him. The problem was that He Lianyun was absolutely unwilling to die for this reason, especially in the hands of Wu Xiong, who had already given up everything to ascend. So He Lianyun could only obediently hand over the fire seed. In addition to the embarrassment of being forced to hand over the fire seed, the other people had never seen the process of handing over the fire seed and the consequences after handing it over, so they deliberately asked for He Lianyun's consent and watched from the side, which made He Lianyun feel even more humiliated. Yes, He Lianyun felt humiliated. Especially when other people were throwing stones at him when he was down. God knew that Deng Ye and Zhu Peng were completely curious about the alchemist. But He Lianyun also hated the two of them. However, on this occasion, He Lianyun did not dare to make any moves. Not to mention that Wu Xiong was on the side, even if it was one-on-one, he, as an alchemist, was not the opponent of any of the others, except for Yang Chen. Unfortunately, at this time, who would allow him to hurt a single hair of Yang Chen? Therefore, poor He Lianyun could only fulfill his bet under the gaze of everyone, at the moment when Wu Xiong got the heaven-seizing pill and needed to celebrate. He Lianyun really wanted to not have to pay anything, but this was impossible. But he still wanted to retain a little of his pride as a Yuanying stage senior in front of Yang Chen. After looking at Yang Chen with resentment for a long time, He Lianyun forced out his fire seed. The great pain of stripping away the fire seed and the great shame of being watched made He Lianyun faint directly at the last moment. After the fire seed was stripped away, his cultivation base plummeted. His yuanying, which had already been condensed, dissipated directly because of this, falling to the Jedan realm in front of everyone, and it was only the early Jedan realm. The Sun True Fire was indeed one of the most powerful fire seeds in the mortal world. In his previous life, Yang Chen relied on the Sun True Fire to ascend in one fell swoop and then ascended. Now, He Lianyun, who had lost the Sun True Fire, actually fell directly by a big realm. The meaning contained in this also made Deng Ye, Zhu Peng and others very vigilant. In the future, even if they were beaten to death, they could not casually gamble with others on fire seeds. Similarly, it was best not to do things like snatching other people's fire seeds, especially never gamble with Yang Chen on anyone's fire seed. On an oil lamp engraved with a complex seal array, the Sun True Fire was burning quietly on the wick. If one didn't know, no one would believe that the bean-sized flame was the world-famous Sun True Fire. This oil lamp-like thing was refined by Wu Xiong, and it was refined before he started refining the heaven-seizing pill. It was a magic weapon specially used to preserve the Sun True Fire seed. Although Wu Xiong was not a fire cultivator, he could still easily refine such a magic weapon. This also fully showed that from the beginning, Wu Xiong had never thought of letting go of He Lianyun. After all, He Lianyun's performance at the beginning really did not give Wu Xiong any face. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Wu Xiong had thought of a solution from the beginning. This oil lamp, which preserved the Sun True Fire seed, was covered and sent to Yang Chen's hands. After feeding He Lianyun a medicinal pill, He Lianyun quickly woke up, but the way he looked at Wu Xiong and Yang Chen seemed to be a little different from the past. "Little friend Yang, what do you mean by congenital deficiency?" After everyone recovered their spirits, Wu Xiong asked the question that everyone wanted to know in front of Yang Chen. Chapter 164. The problem is still in the pill spirit. Yang Chen has no reservations about this. Anyway, everyone can guess a little bit of the reason. It is better to say it generously. I always feel that a weak pill spirit can't seize the heavens. This was the view that Yang Chen insisted on from the beginning, and it was proposed in the handling of the poisonous flood dragon pill spirit, but at that time, several alchemists insisted, and if the pill spirit was too strong, with the strength of the three of them, it was impossible to effectively control and refine the pill spirit, so they adopted such a way of almost abandoning all the advantages. Now that this topic is mentioned again, it is obvious that it has touched the nerves of the three alchemists. Deng Ye, Zhu Peng and Helian Yun's faces are a little unbearable. Think. Wu Xiong was alert to catch Yang Chen's words and asked with some doubts, you just think? Of course. Yang Chen smiled and asked Wu Xiong, Elder Wu, you don't think that I really know everything about the heaven-seizing pill? His words also made the 3 Yuanying stage alchemy masters, no, now it was 2 Yuanying stage alchemy masters and a Jedan stage alchemy master, a little shocked. The kind of certainty that Yang Chen showed before, was it all based on speculation? Then why did you say that there was still hope before? Deng Ye had already asked in front of Wu Xiong. Zhu Peng just opened his mouth, but Deng Ye was the first to speak. Although she immediately closed her mouth, her eyes were the same doubts and expectations. Because the pill spirit is not dead. Yang Chen replied. At that time, because they couldn't condense Dan, everyone had lost confidence and all gave up. Only Yang Chen didn't. Perhaps this was where his confidence came from. Please forgive me for being presumptuous. What method did you use to condense Dan? Deng Ye rarely used the word please and apologized first before asking questions, which was very inconsistent with the image of her Yuanying stage senior, but at the moment no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Condensing Dan? Yang Chen laughed. Actually, everything I did after that was to restore the power of the pill spirit. I didn't condense the pill at all. Everything is done before. When the pill spirit is strong enough, it will naturally condense the pill. I don't need to do anything. Now the 3 alchemists have basically guessed what method Yang Chen used, but on the basis of their failed dregs, let the pill spirit come back to life, and then with the help of everyone's spiritual power, restore the realm of the pill spirit to the most powerful time, and finally succeed in one fell swoop. Of course, everyone understood what Yang Chen meant by congenital deficiency. The weak pill spirit was nourished and restored by the powder of Yang Chen at the last moment, and the vigorous pill spirit at the beginning was naturally completely different. Although the heaven-seizing pill was successfully refined at the last moment, after all, it did not go through the wind tribulation, and it was still a step away from the perfect medicinal pill. No one could deny this. Looking at Yang Chen's appearance, Helian Yun felt a burst of unwillingness to admit defeat from the bottom of his heart. That kind of jealousy and dissatisfaction filled his heart. He couldn't see any Yang Chen's complacency. When Deng Ye finished asking, Helian Yun immediately couldn't wait to ask questions. You mean, all this is your guess? But you are very sure that there will be a pill tribulation? Of course, the medicinal pill that can make people ascend. If I don't cross the tribulation myself, how can I make people ascend? Yang Chen blurted out almost without hesitation. Yang Chen said it very neatly, so that Helian Yun couldn't seem to find any trouble. And now it was not an accusation, but a consultation. No matter what Yang Chen said, others couldn't question it. Just now, Helian Yun's question had already made Deng Ye and Wu Xiong frown. Don't misunderstand, I'm just very curious. Yang Chen, according to reason, you are a disciple of the qi condensation stage, and you are only in the foundation establishment stage here. How can you know so many things? Helian Yun immediately changed the way he asked, his tone also became softer, and there was even a smile on his face. The things of the nascent soul stage and the Daching stage, if I remember correctly, in any sect, with your cultivation, you can't come into contact with these things. Helian Yun's words also caused a few people to be puzzled. Yang Chen's performance was too eye-catching, so much so that they, the nascent soul stage ancestors, were compared to him. Even if they weren't puzzled now, they still had a strong curiosity. How could a disciple of the qi condensation stage know so much? This is nothing. Unexpectedly, it was not Yang Chen who answered this question, but Wu Xiong. Little friend Yang's cultivation method is different from ours. When he was in the sect and had nothing to do, he memorized all the 100,000 jade slips in the scripture pavilion of their 9 Earth Mountain villa. Although he didn't come into contact with more advanced cultivation methods, he knows a lot of strange things. This old man chatted with him along the way, but I don't necessarily know as much as he does. This was thanks to Yang Chen's detailed conversation with Wu Xiong on the way. The knowledge he showed in his words was not inferior even to the experienced masters of those big sects, especially in some aspects that Wu Xiong was interested in. He was deeply favored by Wu Xiong. With this preconceived notion, Yang Chen knew a lot of things, and for Wu Xiong, it was not so incomprehensible. 100,000 jade slips? Memorize them? Several nascent Soul Stage and Jindan Stage masters were directly dumbfounded. Which cultivator in this world didn't crazily pursue cultivation methods, medicinal pills, magic treasures, and spirit veins in order to improve their own cultivation base? Which idle person would memorize some strange things? Moreover, it was 100,000 books. No wonder Wu Xiong said that Yang Chen's way of cultivation was different from theirs. Not to mention anything else, just the person who could spend so much time was not something they could understand. In this way, there was a reason why Yang Chen knew so much. As soon as this idea came out, everyone's heart suddenly trembled. Should they also turn over the strange things that had never been in their eyes before when they had nothing to do? It must be known that when Yang Chen was still in the qi refining stage, he showed a method of arranging formations with flames. So far, they were still far behind him. Could it be that he also got inspiration from these? There were not many problems. In fact, by now everyone had understood that the three alchemists were the ones who contributed the most to the heaven-seizing pill. Yang Chen just picked up a bargain at the last minute. Their mistake was only in the handling of the pill spirit. This result made everyone happy again. At least the reputation of refining the heaven-seizing pill would not be fated with them. Everyone, please rest for the time being. This old man will send little friend Yang back to the immortal falling abyss first. We will talk again when we come back. At this point, the refining of the heaven-seizing pill had come to an end. Wu Xiong began to settle down the heroes. Naturally, Yang Chen was ranked first.